Hello everyone, I am back again with another stream. Very spontaneous one this time. I've been fiddling a bit with Tear Ring Saga hacking in the last few days. Just for fun, just to see what's possible, because I've been having I saw that there's a tool to modify it, and I just kinda wanted to fuck around with it. And I figured I might as well show that and do a little bit on stream, because I was finding a couple of things about the game that I think are maybe not necessarily known while in call with a friend yesterday. And so I decided, why not just stream it? Now, I need to wait until this thing is saved to be able to show you what you can actually do. So until then, I can, however, show you off the document, which you will be able to find this in the description. So if you have anything you want to look at, feel free to do so. Delete those two. But essentially, it's just a gameplay reskin. My goal was to change every single character in the game to be a new class, and to use as many classes in the game as possible that you normally do not get to use. So you have anything from, you know, the Runan replacement is a witch who can teleport but kind of sucks in stats. You have a Shadow Lancer, you get the monsters, the ogres. Though I'm still having a small issue with that, in that monsters cannot trade with other monsters, specifically. Just so... I think they did it so that monsters don't, like, trade vulneraries between each other. But I'm still feeling like I can probably figure out how to fix that. There's a couple of things in events, like story promotions, that I probably should fix as well. It's not 100% needed, because you can just re-promote into the same class, I'm pretty sure. But it would be quite nice if it just auto-promoted you to the correct class. The interesting thing about Tear Ring Saga is that there's close to almost 100 unused portraits in the game. So the vast majority of the portraits you will see here in this document are actually unused portraits in the game. Like this one, for example, gets used, I know. This one gets used. You have blue-haired Runan that was cut because Tear S Kaga got sued. I'm pretty sure she doesn't get used. I don't think she gets used. And I kind of just took the portraits that I thought looked cool, gave them a name, and kind of made up new characters. Yeah, and then I wrote down a character idea. I don't think there's even descriptions in the game for the characters. There is titles, however, and I did feel like whether I'm able to do anything like slight story changes or not, if I even want to, I thought it'd be pretty cool to have like a general idea for some of these characters. So, your Runan replacement is Alyndra, the witch. For example, we have Giovanni, who, you know, he's a duke, he's a sword-only class, he kind of sucks, he's like a greedy noble guy, and his growths are kind of bad, his bases are just okay, his skills are kind of meh, but he promotes into an emperor, which is essentially a baron, but with swords and magic. Yeah, and as you can see, a couple of these portraits look really good. Like, I can show you guys, this is... I've been able to extract some of the portraits, and as you can see, there's a bunch of really good ones here. I don't think I can make them any bigger, unfortunately, but... For example, I'm using this one for the Katri replacement. Looks really good. Then our second lord replacing Holmes is Babam. He's a big barbarian. Babam and his horse bandit son, Grandy. And I've had a lot of fun with some of the characters, as you can see. We got Towel the bow bandit. Stupid bandit with a stupid name. Focusing on strong bow shots and is somewhat tanky. Would really love to get mastery for the Chukunu. Yeah, he's kind of slow, but he hits hard. And then you have Kiwi, the giant Archmogul, because that's pretty much what they are. And as you can see, there's 61 character slots in total to take. And I will reinforce, this is not a CMU. But if you have a cool idea for a character that fits for a portrait, go ahead and suggest it to me, because I need character ideas. Let me see if it's done. I think so. We can open up TRS Modify. So as you can see, how this works is we're using this Japanese program to hack it, and it's quite limited. And then it was halfway translated by, I think, a Vietnamese guy. But not all of it is translated. And you get this weird thing where a class might be named something in the first module, something else in the second module, something else in the third module, and then just something entirely else in the fourth one. And it is quite confusing because you need to remember 4 names per class in some cases. Or other things like, this is the Zeke replacement. In the newest translation, Zeke is Z-I-E-G. Then in the older translation, it's Z-E-E-K. And then in this one is S-E-I-K. So there's 3 different names for these characters. So when you look through the list, it's sometimes very confusing. The skills they get, or they start with, this is in Japanese. So I have developed a small little system for how I can kinda make sense of this. And it's, if I go to the folder, here, TRS, TRS Modify, and we go to the reference guides. I usually like to just open all of these up, and then close the ones I don't need. Menus, don't need promo items. Here. So then we have skills, right? And what I do is, these are numbered, and I don't speak Japanese, obviously, but as you can tell, the first 11 here have a bit of a longer... They're longer in letters, right? So I know that this one, where it starts to get short, is the steel skill. And I kind of use that as like checkpoints. And then I have to count in between. The same thing is here at the bottom. This is Forester, so I know anything above that is like charm and so on, and then I still just gotta count. And, yeah. Yeah. It is certainly something. Let me just quickly show you. What is really nice, though, is if you make a change, it gets applied instantly. So if I use Alyndra for testing sometimes, but we can just do this. And we just jump right into Tear Ring Saga. It already saved my changes by just clicking Save As. So I can just literally load up the game, skip forward the story stuff, because the story is completely unchanged, not even the portraits are different. And you see the characters are in. Which is really cool. We have, for example, as a starting gang, Alyndra, the Renegade Witch. I also was able to change the titles at the top left. Giovanni, the Disgraced Noble. Raina, the Ogre. And one very interesting thing as well, and I think this is somewhat hard-coded. I've been looking into trying to fix this, but I'm not quite sure how. So, the Ogre, for example, the Ogres in the game, they're summoned monsters for the most part, right? There's summoners in the game, they summon a bunch of these, and they tend to have very, very strict equipment. They're normally not playable, and they only ever have melee axes. That means if you try to give them a hand axe, they literally cannot use it. They are forbidden from using ranged axes. Which I've only learned afterwards, but it is kind of interesting, but it's literally, they don't have an animation for it, right? Hey, Xander. And the other thing that's cool is you see the supports here, and any class, or any character, the promotions for a character are character-based, like an FE4, not class-based. So you can have a ogre that promotes into a skeleton, for example. That'd be totally possible. And that means I have a lot of freedom with that. And because of the leveling system in Tear Ring Saga, where if you can't promote, you can level to 30. If you can promote, you get your current level plus 20 as your max level. It allows you to not really... You don't really need to worry about characters not being able to promote. Didn't know Tear Ring Saga was moddable, it's really cool. It is. And let me just quickly show, we also have 2 more characters down here. This is the Sasha and Kate replacement. We have Alyndra, the Troubadour. This is a strength-based Troubadour, just like Evelyn. And she starts with Soul. And Krista, the Pegasus Knight, who has Flurry, that's like Charge, but you can activate it at a glance. It's one of the most powerful skills in the game. But I'm keeping her stats relatively low, and I'm not really giving her much else. So that should hopefully balance her a bit. Welcome back, Enid. Yes, she's kind of like Enid in Iron Emblem Gaiden. I also have one character who's more like Berwick Enid, where she learns how to use magic and stuff. Now, I'm not going to play this too much, because I obviously want to do some modding, but I just wanted to show it off. And what we're probably going to do this stream is... How much can you edit the maps, or is that a no-go? I can show it to you, actually. That's a good point. That's the wrong one. So first we have the character module. You can change the base stats here. And these get added onto the class stats. The skills, obviously, the items, whether they have 50 kills on them or not. The portrait. And then the second one here determines growth rates, what level you learn what skill at, and if you require to be in a different class for it. Because you can have it so that you need to be unpromoted at level 15 to earn a skill, but if you're promoted, you get a different skill, for example. You can change here what the classes change into. Over here, this is what you were talking about, the maps. So this is map 1, for example. And as you can see, we can edit the boss, we can change the class, we can change the portrait, the character slot, or the name, rather, the item, whether he drops it if killed, the position of him, which, as you can see, boss is the little star icon here. And then they're actually numbered through, so you see Soldier 1, that's the little 1 here. And if there's enough to fill, like, if there's more than 12 enemies, essentially, so the 12th enemy is Soldier A, it will show, like, an A over here. If we take a look at one of the other maps, like, right here, this is Soldier A, and it shows a little A icon here. So that is pretty, honestly, one of the better editors I've seen. But the interesting bit is you can change the personal stats on a per character basis, even for generics. As you can see, the list is pretty large, but if you go down like further and further, these either mean like nothing, or they have very weird borked data, where I think this is just... The list of units is always this long. This is like the maximum amount of units that are editable. And it will read the data even if it is not reliant on the map. So it just reads garbage data for any character that is not on the map. So I'm not sure if I would be able to say like add new units to the map. But I would I can change their positions, I'm pretty sure, and I think I can change their positions at least. I haven't really thought about it. Maybe I can change the positions actually, but I can change a couple of things. I can change their class. I can change their strength, their equipment. It's pretty nice since you could use this to fix some of the maps since CRS has some map flow issues. Yeah, I will probably do some small adjustments to that, but first and foremost, this is kind of just a simple reskin. I don't want to do too much, you know. This is just, you know, I've been working on the FE10 hack so much in the last couple of, the last week or two. 8 hours a day sometimes, that I just needed a little bit of a break from that. And I figured this was a good opportunity to take that break and just do this and then get back into it. Because I'm very far with that one as well. Like, German work ethic mentioned. Yeah, it's quite silly, right? I work on the Tear Ring, on the FE10 rebalance. I get sick of it, and I relax by working on something else. This is where you change the class bases, and one thing that is very, very weird is how it determines them. Because as you can see, say the Cavalier here, The Cavalier doesn't start with 19 in the bases, but they only use one stat to determine the bases and the caps. And how it works is you have to do -15 on this one, and that will be your base. And then what you type in, like, his strength cap is 19, -15, so his base strength is 4. And if you promote into a class, it will take the difference as promo gains. So it is very difficult to determine promo gains, and you have to be careful, because if you take a class that has very low character bases, and then promote it into a class that has very high character bases, you can sometimes get like +10 in a stat. So you have to be careful about that. You can give them weapon usage, though it's a little bit weird because some of these do actually work. If you have a magic animation, or a magic class that uses magic, and then you give them a melee animation, the animation just works, right? But if you try to give a sword-wielding class a ranged spear, for example, it will soft lock the game, it will bug out. But a melee spear works, it'll just use a sword animation. So there is actually a system in place that says if you have a similar animation at the same range, just use that instead. So you can kind of give a lot of animations to classes within a limit, kind of like Intellius. Hi Donald, how are you? I'm doing okay. I've been working on this little project for a while and I figured I'd show it off. You can change item stats. You can do quite a bit with these as well. If we take a look, you have a bunch of special effects, and these are weirdly named, but Double Beat, for example, is Brave Effect. Armor Effectiveness, Armor and Cavalry, just Cavalry Effectiveness, Dragon Effectiveness, Monster Effectiveness. Eva +1 to 20 is Defense, actually. Thunder Attack is Levin Sword, Destroy Non-Starter. This is used for the Sword Breaker, for example. Is this a rebalance? No, it's kind of, just, you know, fucking around and see, you know, it's a small reskin, essentially. So there's a lot of effects you can use here. Vampire is the Nosferatu effect. And you can change these around. You can change what weapon level is required, or how much weight they have, durability, crit, hit, attack rate. If they're locked to a specific character. And for example, one of the changes I did is... where is it? There's a couple of unused ones as well. For example, you have a Paragon sword that is never used in the game, as far as I know. Let's see, what was one thing I changed? I think it was the... yeah, Sylphide. This is the really, really powerful Wind Tome you get. That normally it has like 48 uses. It is incredibly strong, incredibly accurate. It normally weighs almost nothing, I think. And the enemy can never counter it. And I made it like 20 durability, because the PRF weapons in general in this game are so crazy. Wundergust is essentially like Excalibur from Shadow Dragon. It has 58 durability. Or Sunflame. This thing normally has like 18 attack, 100 hit, 60 durability, 4 weight, and 1 to 3 range. It's Rochelle's personal weapon, and it is incredibly powerful. It is probably the most powerful of the PRFs in the entire game. And it also gives you +10 defense, because the other things weren't OP enough, and I kind of made this into the Proto-Enid PRF, where it's a 1-range fire tome, but it hits pretty hard, but it is heavy. As you can see here, Mishi really liked this portrait, so I used this portrait for her, and Mishi, I asked him for a name, he didn't give me a name, so I just called her Mayong, because that's the one thing that Mishi really loves. Another thing I did, for example, is the staves that are super powerful. Like, Empower gives you +10 attack for the rest of the map. You get these things really, really early. They are normally PRF locked to certain characters, but they have 18 uses, and they break the game so hard that both me and Davis decided not to use them because it trivializes the game so hard. The only thing I really did is I changed that it's a PRF and I give it 4 uses, because I think with 4 uses they should probably be fine. We do also have a couple of item slots that we can use that are unused, I'm pretty sure. Like, where are they? The emblems, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, see, Canaan emblem, Reef emblem, Salia emblem, Lida emblem. They are not the rings. I think they were intended to be the rings at first. But then, you know, Kaga got sued and he was like, oh fuck, we can't have emblems in Emblem Saga. Make them rings quickly. And now they're just unused as far as I know. What else can you do? You can change the support list. Like, what character there is. And I don't think you can... Or, I think how this may work is you get these supports. No, wait, how does this work? Because this is Garo, and I know Garo, I think he doesn't start with any, but he gets them. So it's probably event-based that he gets them. These are just the starting supports that they have. And they don't show up until you get the characters, I think. Because I'm pretty sure Garo gets all of his supports from events, while Christ and Arcus just start with them. But Arcus doesn't have Esther in here, that's so weird. So this is technically supports, but I don't think it fully works. Or is it only Esther that gets the support from him? I think she's called Estelle here. And of course the first letter is also gone, so... Estelle... Here, Estelle. No, she only has one with Raffin. I don't know how exactly it's working. I haven't really figured this one out, I think. You can also change shops, what they sell. Which is pretty cool. Haven't really looked at that much either. And then there's random chests in the game. I think these are the ones you see in the tower, for example, or in skirmishes, where it determines what items you can get. And as you can see, it varies wildly. Most of the time, you're probably just going to get like a little bit of gold or an herb, which is a vulnerary. But you have a 1% chance to just get a stat booster. Or an occult book, which is really strong. Or you can also get like the Vibrant Flute, which there's only, I think, 2 in the entire game, otherwise. Which is quite weird. You're probably never going to get these, but yeah. Then the other thing is you can change the names. And how this works is you have to type in the names for the character in hex code. You can also do it with a hex editor, which is actually kind of easier if you know what you're doing. But I had ChatGPT write me this very small script right here called TRS Namer. So we just open up this in the terminal. I just do slash... it's a Python script, so it should work on Windows as well. But I just type in the name, like, I don't know, stash patch. And then it tells me how to write down stash patch in hex values that the game accepts. And I just use this as a small script to help me figure out what I need to name characters, or how I need to, you know, do this. Because you can look it by looking at this, you can do it by looking at this table. But let's be honest, that is kind of bullshit. And then there's these are like random tools. The one thing I've read is you never want to click the calculate button, because the original version of this program literally had a virus in it. But the guy who translated it removed the virus as far as I can tell. And then these ones are used to create patches, I think, but they are like, they're separate programs that are kind of just integrated into it, so you don't really need to use them. Okay, that being said, we need to come up with a couple of new characters. That's my goal for tonight. And there's... So, all the characters you see until Holmes here are, I think, you get on Runan's route. But for example, all the way until Narcissus, I think. So all of these characters, pretty much, you get before the first route split. So you can actually put them either on Runan or Holmes' route. And yeah. So these ones will be Runan route specific, and then you can still change them around after the first route split. But these ones will be much more dividable. And then this is kind of the Holmes gang for the most part, or here. And then they reunify near the end. Place Märchen with poem and change nothing else. I could do that. Another thing I want to try though is I note down the characters and what classes they use. Stash patch for TRS? No, no, no. This is a reskin with new characters. Stash patch is just a rebalance. As you can see, I just made up... I took the portraits, because there's so many portraits. I'll show those in a second. But I think we should take a look at a character. I want to hold out on changing Mel and Roger, because they're kind of like Quan and Evelyn, in that if one of them dies, then they both leave. Let's maybe do Tom. I think that'd be pretty cool. Let's figure out what class we want for Tom. I think we have quite a few magic users you can get, and quite a few sword users you can get. I think we don't have that many bow users, though. Tarakan here has bows. Rommel has bows. I also gotta change these because they can't actually use axes. I figured they did because monster weapons are counted as axes. No ranged axes. So I want to note that down. And same thing here, he can't use 11 sword. No, 11 sword. Which I may be able to figure out where I can change this, but I'll have to do some more fiddling with that. So I think a bow user could be kind of nice. Either that, or you do have a lot of axe users on Babam's route, but not so much on Runan's route. So maybe I can make Sharon into or Belfort into an axe user. Let's take a look at what portraits we have available for Belfort's replacement here. So these are all the vanilla playable characters. And you get some special portraits like Sad Sasha, Angry Marielle. You get all the bosses. Which, if I want to try not to use, like, bosses, especially not important bosses. Then you have the NPCs. Then you have the class cards, which you can also use. They work perfectly fine. And then you have random NPC portraits and unused portraits. I think close to 70 of these portraits are unused. You have like Harden here, for example, or literally Harden, trust. And you have a lot of really cool ones here. You have literally not Asbel, trust. You have literally not Manx, trust. Legally distinct Manx. Legally distinct Fergus. Let's check some more legally distinct characters out. Legally distinct Ronan. Wait, that is just legally distinct Hector. Let's see what other ones we can find, because and you look at these, and some of these are really good actually. Let me show you legally distinct Alyndra. Here, legally distinct Alyndra. Legally distinct Anna. It's quite silly how many of these there are, but again, most of these are completely unused. So you can kind of just use them. You don't need to figure out how to add in new portraits. You can just use what's there. That being said, I think I actually will not make it Belfort now that I think about it, because you get Walter as the only Axe Cavalier in the game in the same map. So if anything, I should probably change Tom, maybe. Kaga did FE7 and FE9 first. Well, he did make the notes for it, so yeah, kind of. The notes that they used to create FE7, 8, and 9, and 10 are the same notes that Kaga used for Tear Ring Saga and Berwick Saga. So let's change Tom. We'll need to find somebody who looks very axey. Actually, let's change axe. Take a look at axe classes first, because I want to use as many of the different ones as possible if I can. This is the Ezekiel Axe Knight. I don't really have many classes that become a soldier. I think I don't have any at all, actually, but I don't think I have any fighters either. So let's maybe do a axe fighter. Yeah, that's Bart's and Samson's class. Let's do an axe fighter, because the bandits I'll give over to Babam. Which one of these fellas will look like an axe fighter? Let's take a look. Some axe fighter energy here. Like a big bulky dude. Oh wait, I can I can use Magnus for that. Okay, this is actually perfect. Absolutely phenomenal. You have to save, click away, click on it again so it updates the base stats. And what I usually like to do is I add the portrait in. I've now learned how to extract them manually, but it is usually faster for me to just take a screenshot. That's what I've done so far. The portrait there. And I paste it in here, and then I tell it to go into that cell. And of course, you know what we're gonna name him. It's gonna be Magnus. So many unused portrait. It is close to 70, like genuinely. You can become a warrior. Axis. Maybe you should compile the remaining ones. I think I extracted the image files, and I think I can do that. The issue is you need to reattach some of them, because they're formatted in a weird way, as you can see here. Esther has this part of her portrait at the top, like on the right side, and then in the game itself, it reattaches this bottom part here, and this upper part here. So you'd need to go through them and reattach them all, kind of. Some of them don't need it, but many of the ones do. That being said, many of these portraits look really gorgeous. I still think this one is probably one of my all-time favorites here. Which is why I used it for the main character. This is never used in the game, and it looks amazing, bro. Let's see some other ones. Because these are the full portraits. You will probably not see these unless I figure out how to change the faces and dialogue. As you can see, there's some characters as well which have mouth and eye frames. They intended for this to be a thing at first, but I think there's like only 1 or 2 characters in the entire game who have them. This is also completely unused. I think this was intended, either this is Krishna's beta portrait, or this was intended to be your dancer. Because in the event where, I think it's Lyria or Plum can get kidnapped by that weird Chechen-looking guy, they have kind of this outfit. Like a folder with just the unused ones you have left, so you know what you have. Well, I know them in the list, so I think that's more trouble than it's worth. But I haven't really looked through all of these yet, if I'm being honest, because I've only really seen the smaller ones, and sometimes the smaller ones hide something. Like, I actually didn't realize that Babam over here is naked. Or, like, doesn't have a shirt on, rather. You also have this one. This is also high-tier dancer energy. Because there's no playable dancer. There's only Plum who can become Plum is not even a dancer, and she doesn't class change into a dancer, as far as I recall. She gets the dance skill. So it's quite weird. And some of these portraits were also intended to be soldiers on Senate's route, which I think Kaga was intending to have as the third playable route, but they ran out of budget. So there's only 2 routes, which already account for 40 maps. Oh, this one kind of looks like Ente. It's probably like beta Ente. Oh, and Prince Ente. I'm not sure if this is ever... It might be used for the ending, actually. 40 unique maps? Indeed, 40 of them. Yeah, these 2. Or these 3, actually. Angry Holmes. Ah, here. Poem, my beloved. Legally distinct Märchen. In any case, we wanted to take a look at... Right. We have this. Let me just do always on top. I don't care, Windows. Shut up. And we are using Tom for that. Where did I paste them? Here. Magnus. So we have to think about what kind of build we want to give him. It has to be a build with a shit ton of luck, obviously. Let's have him start with just an Iron Axe. Okay, I already have a great idea. 0 skill. Let's give him like... Maybe not too much HP. Let's give him 4 extra HP. He needs like an incredibly high luck stat. And then we can kind of go in the direction of... I think I want to make him very, very inaccurate. But maybe attack quite often. So I'm honestly considering giving him Flurry, which again, it's quite a powerful skill. But if I do that, I need to give him maybe like bad weapon level. I need to like make sure there's something else there. So I think what I will maybe do is I'll give him a relatively low... Or maybe I'll keep 6 as his weapon level, but it doesn't grow that much. Oops. Yeah, I'm trying to add Magnus the Axe Fighter right now. 10 strength might be a bit high, actually. Just give him 3 and then... I think he should focus on his speed. Yeah, I think we'll do something like this. So he'll focus on speed. Keep in mind, weapons in Tear Ring Saga always weigh you down, so your axe fighters need a bit more speed than your other units, just so they can offset the weight. And I think we'll actually have him start with a throwing axe, because these things are very inaccurate as well. And then we will take a look at the skills. We want to give him Flurry, so we count down from the bottom. This is Forester, Charm, Paragon, Surge, Flurry. So he starts with Flurry. And I think we're done on this screen, so let's go to the second screen. I have to search for Thomas again. Where is he? Here, Thomas. And... does he even really need any other skills? Any that wouldn't be too overpowered. Because Flurry by itself is already really strong. Wrath. Oh god, imagine Wrath on a unit who can't fucking hit shit. You know what? That's actually hilarious. Let's give him Wrath. Here, life or death. But I think he should get it relatively late. We'll give it to him at level 20. And I think we'll leave it at that. Like, because Flurry is already a really good skill. Then, stat growth wise. I'm fine with him having like a little bit lesser HP. His strength should not be that high. So I think 20% is fine. His skill will make it 2% for the barf memes. 45 agility is fine, or speed. Defense, we can put it 15. 15 is solid. Give him 2 magic, why not? This is his weapon level. We'll also do 20 here. But then we'll give him 100% luck growth. And since he's so lucky, he gets 2% move growth as well. Or let's make it 5. So he's focusing all about, like, throwing 50 gazillion hand axes and hoping one of them will hit. Then we gotta make sure he has a promotion. This also works a bit weirdly, but I can explain it to anybody watching. So if we take a look at, for example, Norton. This is a, it's supposed to be a skeleton, but I don't think I changed it yet. Let's change that as well then. Where's Norton? Here. Calcium. Starts as a skeleton and becomes a bigger skeleton. So if you already have a class, you can't just select another class. That will not work. You have to unselect the class, save, reload it by clicking on another character. Then you want to search for a not defined slot, because this is character based. Click on not define. And then you select it. And this one, we're looking for the skeleton. And we select large skeleton, we click save. And then you go back to another character to update it. And now it's updated. Skeleton, just like me, for real. Yeah, I called him Calcium. I thought that would be funny. Calcium the skeleton. Where is Thomas? There is Thomas. So we also will select a not defined. And then I have to look at this class list. Axe Fighter, because I think it is actually called Warrior. But some of these are very weirdly named. Like, there's a class called Female Sage, and it is just a male fire mage. So some of them make legitimately no sense at all. Here, Warrior. Okay, it is just called Warrior. And it is relatively far down. Oh yeah, in case you haven't noticed, the Shadow Knight is called Dark Man in the game files. Yes, it is literally called. And then there's also the Black Knights, which all unpromoted classes are called Man. So the unpromoted Black Knight is just called Black Man. It's just like, bro, what class are you, Black Man? It's insane. Dare I say it is nuts. Okay, we have this saved. Let's note this down in the document that we have Magnus here and then Magnus here, so we know that those classes are used. The strongest of classes. And then we gotta note down his skill package and the idea behind him. So, the way I do this is first I write down all the skills he starts with, then I do a plus, and then I write down the skills he gets eventually at whatever he gets. Like at this point, it's like Flurry, and then he gets Wrath at level 20. And then we write down the character idea. A bald man. What is the story of Magnus, the Tear Ring Saga character? Is Zeke's Devil Backfire immunity tied to his class or a hidden skill? I think it might be a hidden skill because it's not in the skill list. It might be a hard-coded thing. Or rather, I'm pretty sure it is a hard-coded thing because there's certain things that are hard-coded that I have yet to find. But I think I can figure out where they might be if I spend some more time on it. The question is just if I want to spend that time on it. So, it should definitely be about him being bald. What if we could say he's actually a blind bald man? Who's the luckiest man alive, something like that, maybe, because he can't hit shit. This bald man doesn't know what he's doing, and his eyes are awful, but he is the luckiest man alive. focuses on very fast flurry attacks, but severely lacks accuracy. Yep, that sounds good to me. Okay. Let's check the other classes. Again, I'll keep Mel and Roger away for now. And let's maybe check a couple more of the units on home side. You get a couple, if you get 2 axe users. I gotta remove this as well. I only got 2 actually. Or wait, no, this is Mince, so you only get 1? Huh. Let's have... I definitely want one of those chief classes that Märchen has. But just not have him be complete shit. But let's see. I think we can probably add Märchen and have him be like another swordie. Or not another swordie, but rather an axe bro. Where is Märchen? American. He still has the unit on the counter. Truly phenomenal. And I think there's still a couple of axe classes I haven't really used. Yeah, pirate. Oh, I could do pirate actually. Pirate would fit. Let's do a pirate actually. And we will take away his beloved mug skill. Just because I'm evil. And I think I'll also make it so he can't promote, because I wouldn't even know what he promotes into. Many classes don't really have a solid, like, promotion that makes sense. And then we obviously need a portrait for this new axe bro. I think what I will do, because I have one in mind. I've used this one already. I want to use this one for the one that can imitate. I was thinking of this one, but I feel like I almost want to save it for this chief. I could use this guy as well. I think he's the arena guy. This dude could also fit, but he feels more like a regular axe dude. I want to use this guy as well. 116, he looks really cool. Oh, wait, what? I can try this one. But he has a bit of armor, I remember. I could just use this one, but this is used for NPCs, I remember that much. Are we gonna use Monkey Man for him? I definitely want to use Monkey Man. I'm just not sure if I want to use it for him. Because I was thinking of making the chief, maybe Poem, Märchen's brother, or Yazam. Because Yazam's face actually fits the battle animation very well. And then I can keep this guy for the Axe Bandit, I guess. Or the Thief. So, what do you guys think? Should I make him Poem? I hope Poem is actually in this, because I'm actually unsure. Because he's kind of just a recolor of Märchen. But he does have a technically unique portrait. It is not used, like, they don't just change the palette of it. It technically counts as a different one. What song is this? It is King of Fighters Unlimited Match. I just have this stream music playlist playing. If there's any suggestions, feel free to send them over. Where's Märchen's brother? Brother, may I have some oats? This guy also looks pretty cool, but I think he could work for a different class, maybe. Because I've noticed one thing. I think some of these, I don't really know why. Maybe it just reads them wrong or something, but Yugen, for example, is not in this list at all. Despite his portrait being in the game files, obviously. And I'm really not sure why that is. There's like just a very few portraits missing. Oh, we could use the weapon maker as well, because you only see him in like one little house. But I don't think Poem is actually in here. Or does he is he in the boss list? Uruk. No, I don't see him in here. Because he should be around this point, because this is where you normally fight him. I guess we can't make him Poem. So let's take a look at Monkey Man. I think we'll just make him Monkey Man. Or actually, what about... he doesn't really scream pirate to me. Let's make it Monkey Man. And then as the resident pirate dude, let's take a look at what skills we can give him. Or let's maybe see what we've done for the other characters and decide then. Because I know for Babam, Mountaineer, Lock Touch Draco, well-rounded Axe Fighter. Yeah, that's what I did for him. So just a couple of solid skills. Walter has Flurry, but has very low caps. And it does get lethality. Then Flurry Raph. I guess we just don't really have that many axes. Rainer is like a, yeah, comparatively slow axe fighter, but very strong. I guess we can just make like a dude with adept or something. Or, you know, I think, you know, since pirates are all about their movement, maybe I can give him 2 extra movement base. Like, his whole shtick might be that he's, like, very fast, comparatively, and he can have, like, a movement growth, but then maybe his stats are not, like, the highest. We'll make him lower level as well. Let's take another look at the skill list. And remove these ones. Maybe... I kinda like Adept on him. Or since he's all about movement, I'm not sure if Kanto works. Let's actually test this out on Alyndra. If Kanto works if you're like a pirate. Because... here. Because I'm not sure if it only works on horses or not. Kanto's right in the middle there, so... give him Charisma for the funny. I think I already have a couple of characters with Charisma. So I don't want to overdo it, because it is just stack. It's only 3. Is this like a balance patch or your own story? It's kind of my own story, yeah. Plays different characters, but it's pretty much only gameplay. I can't really change the story much at all, since the hacking is quite limited. Okay, so... Paragon, Search, Flurry, Lock Touch, Mug, Kanto. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, should be that. Then let's give her a random axe. Just so we can test it. Save. And let's reset this. You can look at the changes in the description. I have a link to the document. Because I'm not sure if Kanto will work. Because it didn't work there, but she does technically have it. Because I know there's certain classes that get Canto, and then they can dismount, but the dismounted version doesn't have it, I'm pretty sure. Let's see if it works after being, or after attacking, maybe. Because it does say certain actions. Because if Canto works, then technically I'd get the opportunity to Canto now. But I don't, because she does not count as a horse unit. That's a bit unfortunate. I wish you could give Canto to units without a horse. So we can't give him Canto. We could have him focus on terrain skills though. Where is he? Actually, here. Pilot. Axis. Definitely Seafarer. That makes sense to me. Then let's check the other ones that we have. Make this a bit smaller. There we go. Because... where is he? Märchen. He definitely should have Seafarer, I think that much is clear. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seafarer. I don't think he really needs to start with much else. He's just like a solid, fast pirate. Can move very, very fast. I kind of like that. And then you can maybe learn other skills afterwards. Just give him a good, like, axe weapon or something. You do have to defeat him. As a pirate, he probably shouldn't have the highest weapon rank, but he can maybe have, like, an okay growth in it. There's really not that many axes. Let's just give him an iron axe, I guess. And then... let's give him, like, just kind of solid all-around stats, I think. Let's do 7, 3... maybe 4. And 4 luck. Yeah, because these stats, they're not super high, but I think if his growths are okay, they can still be solid. And then we take a look at his growth rates. And as you can see, Märchen's growth rates are normally, certainly something. 10% movement growth. And like 20 luck. 30 weapon level. 2 magic. 12 defense. 30 speed. 35 strength. 25 of that. And like 80 HP. It's even 50 move actually. He's all about that movement. And then I think we wanted to give him... what was it? Adept, right? It's double beat. Let's give it to him at like level 14. And I think it'd be nice if he gets another skill that focuses on movement. Other than Seafarer. Maybe Frontiersman. Let's give him Frontiersman at level 10. Yeah, that's what we'll do. I don't think Märchen has any... yeah, he doesn't have a promo. So that's what we'll save it as. Let's note that down. So he starts with Seafarer. And then he can get Frontiersman at 10. And Adept at 14. Copy this poor man's portrait in. And we need a name for him, for Monkey Man. Any ideas, guys? What are we calling this beautiful man? Any ideas for funny names? I could call him Monkey after the FE6 boss, but I feel like that's a bit too on the nose. Chimp? What do you guys think of Chimp? Gorilla? I don't know. Something like that. Give him a silly name. Let's maybe load down his description first. Simia. Simeon. I kind of like Simeon. Simeon. That's kind of funny. An ex-pirate captain. Or actually, you don't even fight him, because, actually, let me check. Because I think the Märchen you fight on the map is actually a different character, technically. Just gotta find the map again. Is that the one? No, it's not this one. You get him like close to 20, right? I definitely have him at this point. Right? Yeah, you definitely have him at this point. I think it's like around map 20 though. Maybe a bit earlier. Could have sworn it was this map. Is it really not this map? Yeah, because that's a pirate. That's not a chief. Yeah, and that's Krishna, so that's definitely the map. I guess maybe he appears as an event. Okay, because this is all garbage data, I'm pretty sure. Check if there's maybe one of them. Yeah, that's garbage data. Because that's Krishna. So she's in here. Let's see if we can find somebody with the chief class. Sergeant? Oh, we do fight a sergeant there, right? No, it's I guess he's not on the map. Maybe you do fight him then. Because none of these have titles either, and Märchen should have a title, I think. Well, we'll say an ex-pirate focusing on high mobility and a well-rounded approach. Move +2. We note that down. And I'll worry about filling out like the growth rates and stuff like that later, because Once I'm done with the characters, because then I can just do it in one fell swoop. And not get interrupted too much. Okay, let's note that down for Pirate then. Simeon. Then... Frau and San. I think it would be funny. Mining Melancholy from Donkey Kong Country 2. We can do that. Mining Melancholy Donkey Kong Country 2. Restored Extended. We'll try that one out. Or nah, you probably want the original, right? We'll do that one, but extended version. In the list, we'll just see if it properly put it as the next song. No, it did not. Let me quickly put it up. Man, it's scrolling so slowly. Oh, now there we go. YouTube really is just getting worse every fucking day. Where did I put it? There. There we go. So it can play as the next song in 7 more minutes. Worse and in new and exciting ways. Yeah, true. Okay, so Frau and San are normally kind of like trainees, but that you get, and that are kind of useful in the next few maps. So I think it would be really cool if we maybe make both of those bandits as well, different types of bandits, because Babam is trying to become the bandit king, right? So, obviously, he needs a lot of bandits. And then you also get Katri as his second in command, kind of. And she's trying to restore Salia. But, you know, she's a hero. Or a heroine. So let's take... I think we should make Frau and San into two, like, bandit bros. I think that'd be funny. Where are they? San. Let's make one of these into the... let's see. The portraits we still have available. This guy could work as a rogue, I think. But I want a chief. I have this dude. I think we can use this guy for one of them. This guy probably works well as the chief, actually. Let's make him the chief. Chief! Where are you, Chief? Boss. Yeah, his class is just called Boss. He's the boss. He's the boss man, Jack. Should I just call him Jack? Because he's literally boss man Jack. I think that'd be funny. Let's copy his face. Jack. He is the boss man, Jack. Gambling, gambling, gambling. Boss. And I think it would be kind of funny if he's the, like, a strength-focused sword dude. I guess we already have one of those, though, but it fits for him. Because Grandy is a strength-focused horse bandit, but he's kind of the Shigen replacement, so he's almost like a second lord for Homesrout. So yeah, sure, we can have a strength-focused, almost like mercenary. Let's make him level 4, just a little bit higher. Like a fighter, but with swords. Considering he's a sword fighter, he doesn't need that much speed, since they don't weigh him down as much. So I think 6 should be fine. Give me 2 more defense. Maybe a little bit more weapon level. And I will give him +1 move, because some of these classes have abysmal movement. Play the national anthem? No. The only anthem I may play would be the German one. Let's pick level 3. Let's maybe give him... No, I'll keep the Slim Sword, because I think you do have to fight. Or you don't have to fight, you have to avoid Frau and San. Normally they fly, so this should actually be a bit easier still. Let's take a look at skills. Dawnlord is a heckin' libtard. So true, Tambo. I am the hacking libtard. Let's see, sorties. I think we have... Yeah, he learns lethality as a sortie. I use lethality a lot, but it's a cool skill in this game. For those who don't know how lethality works in this game is... Or how it works in Fire Emblem is you have a random % chance, based on your skill stat, to just kill the enemy. That's it. But in Tear Ring Saga, it's... If your crit would kill the enemy, then you have an increased chance to crit the enemy. Which works a lot better, I think. Because it means if you're very tanky, then you don't need to worry about lethality. Let's see. So I don't think I want to give him lethality. What about the other sorties? We have... You don't get anything like that. Millennia gets Flurry. So I don't want to give him Flurry since she already has it. And I think he's strength-based, so it wouldn't really fit him now that I think about it. Maybe we can just give him, like, Vantage. Vantage and Mountaineer. I kind of like that. Also, High Hero! Because there's a lot of mountain maps with him afterwards. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's Vantage. So we have him start with Mountaineer, Vantage plus. Then we gotta think about what skills he gets. At this point, you should create your own FE from scratches. Well, this has unique characters, pretty much. I'm making up new characters. I just want to, you know, I just fiddled a bit with it. I do want to make my own big FE game at some point, but that is a lot more work than my current projects, and even my current projects are already a lot of work. And, you know, I promised those projects to people, so I do want to finish them. Especially since people are invested and have actually helped me with them now. Let's get... Where is Frau? Oh, wait. This should be... San, I think, right? Yeah, it's San, not Frau. Wishing you all the best. Thank you, Hero. Always glad to see you here. Always glad to see you here. Where's Frau? Here's Frau. Okay, so Mountaineer and Vantage is what he gets. And then we want to focus him on Strength. But he doesn't necessarily need to get Lethality, because Lethality is already pretty good. Maybe we can get him Terra or Luna, because both of those are pretty solid. Or Draco. Draco is a 3 times damage crit, while the others are 2 times damage crits, essentially. Or regular crits are 2 times, and the skill is 3 times. Since he's a Mountaineer, what about giving him Terra, I think? Give him Terra. And I think I'll keep Slayer as well, and we'll give it to him in, like, level 5. Or maybe, you know what? We'll do it differently. We'll have him get Vantage. Gale. On level 5. And then instead of having him start with Vantage, he starts with Slayer. So we get a Mountaineer Slayer. Because it means he doesn't really have a proc skill to start with, but he gets Terra. And he also gets Vantage. Relatively soon. Terra. Okay, and then growth-wise, he should definitely have a lot of HP. Let's do it, 70. His strength should be his highest stat. I think his skill should not be bad either. His speed can be a bit lower, since he's a swordy. 20 defense, let's give him 15. Magic, doesn't need much. We'll give him 30 in weapon level. And I don't really mind him having a bit more luck. We'll give him 30. And then movement, you can have 5% movement growth, why not? And we gotta find San. The sun. Praise the sun. And then we just remove the promo. Since he's just supposed to be a boss. Or have the boss class. Yeah. That looks good. We can also have him start with like a scimitar. Yep, that looks good to me. Oh, and we should probably make a male. I keep forgetting to change the gender here. Okay, for Frau then. Or wait, no, I fucked it up. I changed Frau. I wanted to change San. Okay, what we're gonna do is, just to easily remember this, I'm gonna take a little screenshot of this. Boop. We're just gonna copy it over like that. Two, 30, 35. 12. 5, 0. We do this, Earth Saint and Gale. Yeah. Works now. Then, Frau. Let me note down that we've used his class. Jack. I think we just want to get a Axe Bandit. For for the Frau replacement. So again, let's take a look at who we could use. We could use the Weapon Maker. I think his portrait looks pretty good. Axe. We need an axe bandity looking guy. We could use him, but I feel like I probably want to use him for like an archer or something. Used him before. I'll use this guy for the imitate character. Used him before. Can you create weapons like a raider axe? It works like a thief's sword dagger. Yes, but the slots are limited. I can change existing ones, but there's 4 unused slots, or 4 slots with unused weapons rather. So I can create new items, but I can't overdo it. I think I'll use this one. This one kind of works, I think, for a bandit. And this one also has gray hair like the other one. So we can kind of just say like they're brothers. Let's find the Axe Bandit. And I think, let me check the class actually, because I'm curious about the caps. I think they're relatively low. Let's see. Okay, the chief ones are actually not that bad, and they kind of fit with the build. Yeah, then Axe Bandit is slightly lower at 19, but you don't really reach these quite often anyways, I think. And even if you do, whether you have 19 or 24 doesn't really make much of a difference in this game. So, okay. But I think I'm actually gonna improve it still by 2. This also means any Axe Bandits will get +2 strength, but I don't think I mind that. The enemies being a bit scarier. Oh, he starts with a skill. Axe Bandits start with Mountaineer? Interesting. So he gets a free Mountaineer then. Let's get his portrait in there. And then we still need a name for Jack's brother. We could just call him John. They just have the most generic names ever, Jack and John. It's kind of like Griff and Graf from Berwick. John Tear Ring Saga? Okay, we're calling him John. Who are you using? John Tear Ring Saga. I like it. Jack and Mac? That works as well, but I think Jack and John also is kind of funny. But I like Jack and Mac too. But just the idea of having John Tear Ring Saga is hilarious to me. So, and it does kind of work with Griff and Graf as well. Because they start with the same letter. So I think we're keeping Jack and John. And he definitely has Mountaineer. We know that much. And then let's see what else we want to give him. Do that. So he is an Axe Bandit, who's also kind of a Mountaineer. I think it'd be kind of cool if they were somewhat similar or different to each other, where one of them goes in one direction and the other one goes into the other direction. I think I'm gonna give both of them Slayer, though. So they're kind of similar in that aspect. But then they learn different things. Yeah, it's kind of cool, I think. Let's have him start with... I don't want to give him a ranged weapon, I think. So let's just have him start with an Iron Axe. We also give him +1 move, just because, again, the class base is just abysmal there. But then I think we want to change what skills he gets afterwards. So, let's see. Could give him steel. Or maybe he's somewhat fast, but then he gets lethality instead. Which may not work as well, but it should still be pretty good. Or he gets adept. I kind of like adept. Give him adept. And then as his early skill, maybe he can have steel. Though steel is quite strong on a unit with 2 range. Because normally, the only characters who really get steel are either Thieves or a Myrmidon in Krishna, but Krishna fucking sucks, so... Not sure I want to give it to a combat unit. Could give him Lock Touch. Because both of them have a proc skill in Terra and Adept, and then one skill that's not a proc skill. Maybe we can just give him the hill. Awareness. But I think I'll swap these two out so he gets Nihil later. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. So, Mountaineer, Slayer, but then he gets Adept earlier. And Nihil a bit later. Nihil is not really that useful in this game, I find, but... I do like the idea of a Raider Axe, though. Because then it would allow all these, like, scrub brigands that, you know, are all about like, robbing people to actually rob people. What are we gonna do with his growth? Let's maybe note down Jack first. The brutes are... the strong of the two bandit brothers. Or we can call it the Brawn. Loves solving problems with violence. Focuses on high strength. Yeah, focuses on high strength. Doesn't need to be too special. And then John is the brains of the two bandit brothers. Sadly can't hear anything. I currently have to fix my Bluetooth. Hope the hacking session goes well. Well, thank you, Paterino. It's gone relatively well now. We have a lot of characters filled out already. I think I'm close to like half the cast. Probably. Brains of the two bandits loves solving problems with calculated violence. Focuses on high speed and technique. with raw. Or, yeah, with raw violence. There we go. One of them is like, I'm gonna punch you, and the other guy is like, I'm gonna make someone else punch you by manipulating him. Truly, phenomenal characters. There we go. Okay, growth rates. So he's all about speed, so I think we should give him a good speed stat. And then his skill should also be high. I think his strength shouldn't be too high. I'll give him like 60 in HP. And this is a bit silly because there's no magic axe as far as I recall. I could add a bolt axe though, if I want to, but we're gonna give him a good magic stat. Just because half of your magic is resistance, so that will allow him to at least get, you know, a little bit of resistance there. And then his luck can be quite bad. We'll keep the 5% movement, I think. This allows him to use better weapons, so I wouldn't mind his growth there being good. Maybe 30 is alright. Frau needs more luck growth, especially if she ate a strawberry. So true. But we're changing the characters, Pat. The Frau replacement is John, the Axe Bandit. And the San replacement is Jack, the boss chief. They're two bandit brothers. How I have it set up right now, Pat, is Holmes gets replaced by Babam, who wants to become the Bandit King. And then Runa gets replaced by Alyndra, who's like an ex-witch from Gurksol, who tries to restore the old Gurksol, or the old Zoan empires, alongside Ashar, the Mage Knight. And then Babam gets Sieglinde, the heir to Salia, as the Katri replacement, and his son Grandy as the Shigen replacement, as being a horse bandit. I'm trying to use as many unique classes as possible. Okay. Maybe give him like 20 and you can have 40. Let's go on 15 actually. There we go. Let's check the bases again. So I don't think he should have that high HP, honestly. I will make both of them level 3. Yeah, he should have a little bit less. Let's give him 1. And he should very clearly be the one focusing on speed. So we'll give him 10 here. And a good skill stat. Three. And he can have a good magic stat to start with, just to get like the 3 resistance in there. But his defense is worse, but his weapon level is quite okay. Make his luck maybe a bit lower. And you can have higher luck. Maybe a bit less there. Let me check what the scimitar needs. Only needs 2, so that should be good then. Let's maybe have him start with 8 as well, since his growth is so low. Then they're kind of like polar opposites of one another. Alright, that works. Okay, now we have the 2 bandit bros. Pat, if you have any ideas for characters, send them in. I already made the Raquel replacement be legally distinct Enid. Mishi really liked this portrait, so I gave her this portrait, and I asked Mishi what I should name her, and he didn't give me a name, so I just called her after the thing that Mishi loves the most, and that's Mayong. So she starts as the Sasha princess, but then she promotes into the Tia Lida princess, so she gets access to Fire, Thunder, Wind, and Light after promotion. And I reworked the Sunflame PRF so to be like the Palas Leia, but you can only use it after promotion. And because she replaces Raquel, she cannot actually kill people until you do the Luca Death event, which requires you to grab the Luca replacement here. So she's kind of similar to Raquel in that she does help you prepare kills for others. She can still absolutely murder monsters, though. Let's continue. So, John and Jack. John. Oh, and I gotta check their promotions, of course. Remove the one from San. We gotta remove the one from Frau as well. There we go. Right. Then. For Lyria. Lyria is a special case. I think we want to give her the Rogue class with the one I mentioned. This can be like a bandit town. So I know exactly what character to do this for. He can be kind of similar to Narcus. Where is Lyria? Lyria here. Where is he? The smug bandit man. Mr. Smug Bandit. No, here. Here is Smug Bandit Man. And we will give him the Rogue class, which I think is called Thief 2. Yeah, Thief 2. Yeah, it's in between Bandit Boss and Horse Bandit. That fits, that's the correct one. We'll have him start with an Iron Sword, why not? Or we can also give him a Scimitar. Scimitars are not that strong, but they're kind of fit for bandits and stuff. And we need a name for this beautiful, beautiful man. Who will learn the Imitate skill. So, any takers? What are we gonna call this beautiful, beautiful, smug, green-haired bandit man? I mean, my bandits have some of the best fucking names out here so far. You got Babam, Grandy, Towel, Simeon, John, and Jack. The bandits really are not creative when it comes to names. That's the whole idea. I'll let chat think about it. And then if they're not done by then, I'll do something myself. But let's check. So, we want him to have the Imitate skill. Which means... Actually, that's Sing, right? Should be this one. So you can imitate. Let me check if this thief actually has stealing and stuff like that. Rogue. Those two are... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mug? Mug? They don't start with Mug, do they? Does Mug not work if it's on an enemy? Because I don't recall these guys having Mug. Or at least I don't recall it affecting the enemies. I don't really want to give him Mug. Giving this guy Mug is gonna be awful, dude. I'd have to remove it, though. Which I'm not sure if that's really much of an issue. That's kind of crazy, though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna remove it. Because I don't think I like that. And I don't think the enemies really ever make much use of it. So we're gonna give him Steel instead. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Save. I'm not calling him Bandit, though. Because people will just think it's a title. And be like, oh, this guy's missing a name. But it should be something that maybe goes towards, like, his imitation thing. Lario. Lario, kind of like Lario. It's a bit like Lyria and Mario mixed together. And it sounds stupid enough that a bandit could name their kid that. So I think, yeah, we're calling him Lario. Thank you. That's amazing. Okay, so he gets Lock Touch and Steal by himself, and we just give him Imitate, and I don't think he needs much else. We will, however, give him slight, at least small bases. So he's not a total loser. 2 movement. Yeah, so the idea is he kind of sucks, but, you know, he's a thief normally, and then he can imitate. The way imitate works is it's kind of like Zane from Shadow Dragon, where you copy another unit, but you don't copy their exact stats. What you do is you copy their class, right? So you just essentially class change into them, but you keep your own personal stats. So, for example, let's say Tom is a good example. Tom is a tank, right? And his base defense is really high because of his class. But his defense growth and his personal defense is pretty much non-existent. So if you use Narcissus to imitate Tom, Narcus will usually have more defense than Tom because his personal defense is higher. Which is pretty interesting. So I think you can have 2 across the board. It's fine for him. Then Lyria. We need to think of some growths for him. I don't think he really needs the highest ones. Let me check how does Narcissus look like in growths, because I'm not even sure what his growths are. I remember trying to use them and thinking he's pretty bad. Yeah, they're not too high. They're like in the 15 to 25s. Alright. Let's make him quite balanced. Maybe we just give him 20 and everything. A fun player. Other than maybe like... you know what? Move is kind of funny. I have something similar to that in Eld Saga. There's a unit who can transform into other classes in the class you could choose. He can become are based on level. At max level, you become a dancer. That's pretty cool. I remember on Wazdai's FE6 Lex Talionis CMU that he's been working on for a while. I submitted Jagan, and what I did for Jagan is at the start of the chapter, you can choose to give him a different class. Maybe depending on the chapter or depending on his level or something like that. And a different stance. So you can do a stance and like, okay, he gets a bit of defense, but he loses, let's say, strength and resistance or something. Or he can focus on strength, or he can focus on speed, and you can change that like every couple of turns as a skill with cooldown or with like limited uses. But at the start of each chapter, let's say there's a lot of flyers, then you might be able to swap into a sniper for that chapter. Or you can do a dancer, or you can do a wyvern. That way you can have a Jagan that's suited for the chapter. Yeah, but, well, the caveat is it's literally Jagan. So his stats and growths are pretty meh. I think we're gonna go with this. We'll keep him very balanced. I don't think Lyria promotes, but let's double check. Yeah, she does not. Does he need any skills he can learn, is the question. Part of me wants to give him Warp, but that's too powerful. He does already get Steel and Lock Touch for free from his class. Oh, let's give him Paragon. I think that'd be funny. We'll give it to him at like level 5. That way he does need to train a little bit, but I like it. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. And we'll leave it at that. He doesn't need any special skills. Rogue. Swords. Mug him up. No, so here's the issue, right? I don't want to give him Mug, because Mug is both the skill that you take all items, and at the same time the skill that reduces all other units of your team hit and avoid by 50 and 3 tiles. Those are not 2 separate skills, that's 1 skill. And Mug is cool, but I think if I give him Mug, people are just not gonna use him. And Mug may also be too powerful on him, because since he can imitate other people, he can just imitate a class that is very powerful, like the Emperor or Baron class that you can get for Giovanni. And then, you know, mug everybody up, and that would be too powerful, so I'm not giving him Mug. Imitate, Lock, Touch, Steal. Does the search skill do something, or is it useless? As far as I could tell, it does not do anything, but I did not really test it. It does show up as a unique skill. It has like a little magnifying glass icon, but it is unused in the game, and it doesn't seem to do anything. So, I don't know. Imitate, Lock, Touch, Steal. Plus Paragon at level 5. Okay, so we can make his description a shady dude who always has a couple of costumes at hand. Can imitate other player units to copy their class. Retains his personal basis. And I gave him move +2. I think I'm going to change it to +1 though, because +2 is actually quite strong. It would give him 6 speed, 6 movement, I mean. The reason why so many of these get moved is because their classes are kind of bad, and they make him very, very slow. It's kind of just to round them up to around 5, without really needing to worry about it affecting many enemies and timings for reinforcements of enemies and stuff like that. Okay, then we have Lario here. Then we do still need a dancer, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we have dance anywhere here. Let me search for it. Or I guess, yeah, this thief, Valanya, she can learn dance from the Plum event. But that's it. We could still add another dance, because the dancer class exists, it's just unused. It would be kind of funny to have Narcus in the desert be a dancer girl, but it would also be cool if he's the Wyvern, I think. Because I don't really have any Wyverns so far. I mean, who else would kind of fit for a dancer? Oh, you know what? We can make Latina a dancer. Let's do that, because she's very, very annoying and difficult to get. And when you get her, it's not really that big of a reward. So let's change her up, give her a cool new portrait. Let's use this one. I'm pretty sure the dancer can't even use staves. But, you know, she can dance. Let me check. Where's the dancer? There she is. Yeah, she can't use any weapons, and I'm assuming she has no animations for them. We could test this, though. I would not be opposed to the dancer having staves. So let's give her a staff. She doesn't even get the dance skill, that's so silly. I gotta give her the dance skill, because I'm pretty sure this is completely unused. Steel, warp, dance. And we will test it out by making Alyndra a dancer. Can you playtest the dancer class first to see if it works? I will, yes. I will indeed. Because it would be a shame if you go through all the trouble to get the dancer and then you just... it just doesn't work. Dancer. I'm gonna give her a heal staff to see if she can use it. Okay. Test that out. Because I'm pretty sure the class itself works, right? It's in the game, and she can use it, but I'm not sure if the animations for it work. Oh. Wait, is it because it's a monster? Oh, yeah. So you can't dance for monsters. Yeah, this is the issue I was talking about. For whatever reason, certain classes can't interact as much as others. Like, monsters can't trade with each other, for example. But monsters can trade with humans. But we can't dance for, another dance? The Plum event plays? Okay, it just shows Plum's animation, I see. Yeah, because that is what Plum's animation looks like. So it's pretty much just the map sprite that's different, I think. But the dance itself works. What we're gonna do then is, we're gonna... let's warp in above the bridge. We're gonna wait for those two to be hurt a bit. So we can see if the heal itself also works. I think it should, realistically. Oh, wait. You're hurt. Warp. Staff, heal. Oh, it just continues to run. I guess there is no... Is there no healing battle animation? I mean, it looks a bit weird, but it works. I think we can use that. I'm curious if we... I really want to try this, though. If we give her magic usage... Hold on, that's sword, lance, axe, bow. Those are the 3 anima types, and I think these are... We'll just give her all the magic ones. Let's try that out. I want to see if she can use magic. Because I'm assuming it would just play the dance animation. Get him a bit closer. Let's use wind. Okay, she just slides across the board. That's so weird though, because it Okay, let me try giving her all the weapons. I want to see if she can use any of them, because I almost feel like she probably should have an animation, maybe like for a sword. It's so funny. Let's wait another turn. Let's try the sword. What? Huh? What? She became a man! Oh no! She became a man! What? What? You think that animation plays if she uses magic, not a sword? Huh? She became a man! That's not a woman, maybe that's a man! Progressive hacking. Yeah, she doesn't... I didn't give her any stats. It's just... What if I use Swarm? Does that... It's probably the same as the other magic. There's one more thing I should probably try. What happens if you attack with magic at range? But I don't think I'll be able to give her anything other than the staff. And even the staff is pushing it a little bit, honestly. So let's see if we do this. Use wind, so she doubles. I think it'll probably look the same as the other one. You will not stand in my way. I will, actually. I will literally just stand in your way. Half naked. Okay. I mean, that pretty much concludes it to me, guys. The only thing we can give her is a staff. And then let's give her a little bit of base magic as well. So she has a higher cap. Kaga did it first. Kaga always did it first. I think the rest of the stats are honestly fine. Or you know what? Let's give her 18. I think 15 is a bit low, but 18 is fine. Okay. Let's give her 5 movement. There's, as far as I know, she's the only dancer, or dancer class is never used in the game. So, it should be fine. Where is Latina? The Latina event. Only there was a Latina portrait. Okay. We can keep the silent stuff, but I feel like if she can already dance, then she doesn't really need it. Let's maybe give the player a little bit of something though. Like a luck potion. I like a luck potion. I'm a very generous person, as you can see. Or actually a move potion. If you bother fucking getting Latina, sure, you can have a move potion, bro. I'm gonna change this into the staff because I'm not sure how it works out if one of the items is a slot below where it should be. Alright. And then we make her... Let's make her level 5. Let's give her a little bit of a... Or, you get her pretty late, don't you? Let's make her level 13. Then we can give her a little bit more stuff here. Skill... Well, I guess her skill stat doesn't really matter, does it? So she can just kinda, you know, she's skilled at dancing or something, I don't know. Let's give her a bit more speed. Maybe not 9 magic, that does seem very powerful. Let's give her like 3. Same with weapon level. Her luck can be very high. We'll do something like this. And then let's check her growth rates. I think, let's do 40 in HP. We can do 5 in each here. 40% agility is fine. 45 magic is fine. Bump up her luck. Let's just bump all of these up a bit. There we go. And I'm pretty sure Latina can also not promote. Let's double check that always. Where is she? Latine? I think she's called Latine here. Latini. I think we'll just keep Summon at level 8. I think that should be fine. Yeah. Part of me wants to give her Warp at level 40. But I feel like that may break it apart. We can get her a Paragon at level 15. It'll take her... Oh, actually, no, she starts at level 13, right? Let's give her Summon at level 17 then, and Paragon at level 23. That way it's not as powerful. Okay. Let me get her portrait. Or let me see if... I think this is the only one that really stuck out to me for being really good there. Because I'm using this one, these are kind of like... They don't really scream dancer to me. This one's used for the shopkeeper, I know. Yeah, I think this one fits the most, especially to the to the rest of the character. So yeah, we're using this one. Any names for our new dancer girl? The first one that immediately comes to mind is we can call her Pole, because she's a dancer, and then we can just call her Pole Dancer. But I'm not sure if that's... I don't know if I want to do that. But I'm also not really sure what else to call her. Give me ideas, chat. You could influence the outcome of this game. It's just like one of those BioWare games where you can do things so that nothing changes. Or I guess it's not really BioWare, right? I'm not sure, I haven't really played those. Pole is pretty funny. I think Pole is pretty funny. I'll just write down Pole for now. Pole dancer. Really phenomenal. Dance. We just had her start with dance, right? Yeah. But then she gets summon and Paragon. Let's check, what was it? 17. And Paragon at 23. There we go. Truly phenomenal. And wait a minute, Kreis will do the crest, so you'll have Rima, the Black Knight. So here's the thing, I was considering swapping Kreis and Arcus here. Because after looking at the events, it would probably fit more to have Rima be the one that turns into a Shadow Lancer. But maybe I'm able to just remove that event, because it's kind of ass and I hate it. It was by complete accident, by the way. I just wanted to have a Shadow Lancer. But for now, we'll keep it like this. So you'll have Rima, the Shadow Lancer, hooking up with a dancer girl. It's like, we don't have this in Gurksel. Hell yeah, bro. Our women are just witches, bro. An exotic dancer who travels the world. She is blind. Yeah. 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 That's all she really needs to have. Okay. So we have a bunch there. Okay. What do we want to continue with? Shiru. Let's check the Holmes gang out more. So, we have an Axe Barbarian, a Pirate and an Axe Bandit. We have a Horse Bandit, a Lady Knight, a Rogue, and a Boss. We don't really have many Lance units. In fact, we only have one in Milton. So I think I know exactly what to make with Shiru. We're gonna make him not harden. Let's check out Shiru. And by not harden, you will see exactly who I mean in a second. Here. Totally not harden. How about a Harpy? I will add a Harpy, but Harpies use bows. So... It should be a character that fits. I may make Bud a Harpy now that I think about it. That could be kind of cool. Or like Rochelle, or maybe one of the... I may do a Harpy on Runan's Route. Maybe for like Sharon? Or Bilford? That would kind of work. Let's do that. But first of all, let's replace Shiru. So, we've got to make it a funny name that is close to Harden. I remember somebody recommended me Barden or Garden. But, I don't know. We're gonna make him a Rook Knight, I think it was. Oh, here, let me note this down. Which is essentially a Cavalier that can use swords and lances, because most of the Cavaliers I have so far are mono calves. Hard-on or hard-an? Hard-on? He has a hard-on? Oh god. Truly phenomenal. Easian? No, not quite what I'm looking for yet, but I like the idea. There we go. In any case, we're making him a Rook Knight. Rook Horse. We want to make sure the player actually gets to use both weapons from him. Let's give him a Javelin as well. Those are swords. I think it's Thrower. I double check that because I think they're weirdly named. Slim Spear. Yeah, that's a Javelin. While on it, by the way, this is the Pelum. I'm gonna change this. This is way too powerful. Because not only does it weigh less, it is very accurate. It has a lot of durability. It has crit on it, for Christ's sake. And its damage output is insane, so we're gonna reduce the hit rate here. And maybe make it the same weight. Because the Pelums are pretty much the best weapon in the entire game. It's actually insane. Rook Knight. Or Cavalry. Norman, totally not gonna go crazy because a woman doesn't love him. Norman. I kinda like Norman, but it doesn't really... Harden, Norman, nah. What about Halden? We just changed the L to an R. Halden. Because, Mr. Totally Not Marf over here, he's called Worf. Worf. So, he can be Halden. I think that's fine. I kind of like that. The only thing I should check now is... I was considering making him maybe a Royal Knight as a promotion instead of a Bronze Knight. Because then his shtick could be that... it is... Royal Knight. Ah, but their bases are very high. Hi, Tom! Yeah, if I do that, his promo gains will be like +7. How goes the hacking? Goes pretty good. We have a lot of characters. You can take a look at the characters, like this document is in the description. We're essentially doing a small reskin. You have Alyndra, the renegade witch from Gurksel, trying to liberate Zoa alongside an heir to one of the Zoan kingdoms in Ashar. And then on the other side, you have Babam, the Bandit King, who is, well, he's trying to become the Bandit King, rather. He doesn't start as a Bandit King, but he's trying to become the Bandit King, and he gets involved with the heir to Salia, who tries to restore her kingdom, which is why he, you know, kind of follows Holmes' story, more or less. Hot damn, my mother just brought in some food. That's great. Shoutouts to my mother. And that's pretty much what we're going with. And we're trying to integrate as many of the characters as possible into the story. I think what I may honestly do is, because I'm pretty sure the only Royal Knight you ever see is Raphael normally. It's a purely player class, right? So I think I might just reduce the bases, because I can just increase personal bases. I think I may just do like 20 across the board. Because this class already is really, really strong. It's a skill even, what is that? Urbanite? That is pretty strong, we're gonna remove that as well. Because he can use all physical weapons, he has a horse, and he has absolutely insane bases. I don't know, buddy. We're just gonna go with this. Royal Knight, and then, what's the difference here? These are essentially his dismount bonuses as well. We can keep it as, like, 18. Like that. So that he loses 2 stats whenever he dismounts, pretty much. Yeah. Oh, I didn't fucking save it, did I? Ah. Cringe. Remove Urbanite, save. Urbanite, save. Yeah, now it works. So, yeah, he can use all the things, but... And the promo should be like, what? Yeah, it's only +1 or +2 in most of the stats. So the promo gains are pretty negligible, but he gets to use all 4 weapon types, and that, in and of itself, is already pretty good. The only thing I gotta do is, I gotta rework Lee. Since he starts as a Gold Knight. And what I did for him is, that should be good. He starts as a Gold Knight, he's level 15 though. He's pretty high level. His growth rates are dog shit, they're like Fate's Gunter tier. But, you know, he can use all 4 weapons. He's one of the optional characters you can take in Welt. And he just has a couple of terrain skills. And like, these bases, they're gonna be pretty good for a long while. He's kind of like, a bit like Roger now that I think about it. Because if we look at his growths... Where's Lee? Here. Yeah, they're like 5% in most, 10% in skill, 30 in HP, 30 in weapon level, and 15 in luck. And he just gets a couple of terrain skills here. So he is probably gonna fall off eventually for you, but you can keep him relevant for quite a while, I think. Okay, but that means he's fixed. So we can now go back to Halden, aka Shiru. There we go. And I think we make him promote into that. Let's check. Where's Shiru? Shiru. Here's Shiru. Wait, I think these were bugged. Yeah, it's they swapped the names. Mince is I actually have to edit Mince because Mamluk is the one that he should be. It's a bit silly, but the guy who made this just for war should be King Horse. Who's that? There we go. Because I'm pretty sure it's King Horse, right? Yeah. So we do Halden and Bernard. There we go. That's his whole shtick. I think I want a squire that turns into a silver paladin as well. That'd be pretty cool. Ooh, I don't even know what this is that my mother crafted here, but it looks quite nice. I think it's like gnocchis or something. They have a little bit of something in them though. It's pretty good though. Okay. So, replaces Shiru. Shiru's level 5. I think he should have relatively balanced stats. Or maybe his starting stats are kind of low. But then, you know, he gets a strong promo. And his growth rates can be relatively solid. Yeah, we can do that. Shiru. I mean, Shiru's growth rates are already kind of solid. You know, I think we can honestly just keep these. It's just that Shiru's class and bases are kind of bad. And then his promotion, he gets so overshadowed by a lot of the other archers. But since, you know, we don't have half the archers in the entire game with Flurry anymore, he should be a lot more competitive now, even if the class is different. Yeah. Okay, so he can be a gold knight. Where did I put him? Here, Shiru. Cavalry, and then he promotes into a royal knight. Not a gold knight, a royal knight. Swords plus lances, axes, bows. And what skills should he have? He definitely shouldn't have too strong a skill. Something that kind of screams versatility. Probably the hill. I think the hill is a good starting skill. That would be Draco, Adept, Wrath, Nihil. So we have him start with Nihil, and then maybe he can get Kanto. Get Kanto. I think that I like that. And maybe he does get Urbanite. Oh no, Plainsman. Plainsman fits him if he's hardened. So I think that's what we'll do. Now, we'll have him get Remove and Plainsman. Remove maybe at like level 17. And Plains Fighter he can get relatively soonish. Let's give it to him at level 9. Okay. That Charisma maybe. I think I have Charisma a bit front loaded. Let me double check it here. Charisma, because you get it on Alyndra and Giovanni, or Giovanni can eventually get it, but that's the only skill he gets. It's only +3, but still it does stack. And then Bernard can get it. She can get it as your dancer. Jared is a Zeke replacement. He's very funny. It's the summoner who can only use staves. He has Paragon, Sing, Mug, Urbanite, and Summon. And he gets Charisma, Pavise, and Hill. But you know, it's Zeke, so... And he also has like nearly 100% growth rates and everything. So he will level very fast, and then you have to fight him. So the more you use him, the more you get quote-unquote rewarded for it in the negatives. And he also has fucking Mug. So that'll be quite funny. But he doesn't stick around. Linda has it. She gets it as a skill, the Katria replacement. And I get... maybe we can give it to him then. How does he Mug if he can't fight? That's the trick part. He doesn't. He just nerfs you if you're close to him. Because I fucking hate Zeke from a gameplay perspective. He's super overpowered. And he allows you to just kind of go through all the maps without ever really needing to think much. Which is boring, right? I like it when my strategy game has me using strategy. What? Let me set up a hotkey on OBS so I can mute myself. Here. Let's do 7 and 8. Or what, we can just do 8 on both, I think. Let me try that out. Yeah, that works. But yeah, I kind of like that. Let me just eat something real quick. Okay, starting equipment seems fine. Let me maybe give him 1 more point in strength and speed. Hold in, and note down his skills, of course. So he... Alright, we wanted to check if we can give him charisma. I think we probably can. I think it's fine if we do. At least as a learned skill. Or, you know what we can actually do? We can give it to him on promotion. I think that'd be quite fitting. And then the way we do it is we give his promoted class that skill. And then he will learn it on promotion, pretty much. Okay. So, he starts with Nihil. And then he gets... Plainsman at level 9. Kanto at level 17. And Charisma on promo. There we go. Or no, we don't need to add it here. Never mind. Because we added it to the promo. What can be his description? Try to follow after his beloved wife after she went missing, but ended up missing himself. Legally distinct Harden trying to follow after legally distinct Nina. And then he finds a girl that he likes. And I think we can make that girl Lionheart. Or replace Lionheart, rather. Because then they have a support. And I think that's funny. Or let me check if they start with it. It might be something that they gain from event. Faru, Yoda, Rebecca, Trom, Krishna, Zachariah. See, some of these are like... It's quite hard to read. Shiru, 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 Shiru. Shiru here. Lionheart. I think we make this 15. And Lionheart we make... He doesn't even get anything back? That's pretty silly. Who's Renee? Did I change her already? I thought I did, but I guess not. Oh, I used her class, right. Oh, wait, Mints! Yeah, right, their names are different. We changed that to 15. Oh, and that's Rennie. I think we just changed this to 5, then he has the same overall bonus. And then we'll see afterwards. I'm gonna go through all of the supports afterwards and see what kind of fits there, and I think. Okay, but then we have Holden here. Then we should change... we should get a female class, I think. Maybe a sniper girl. Or an archer girl. Do you already have a Myrmidon girl? I could also use a cleric. I mean... Let me see how many healers we have, actually. So, on Runa and Route, you get Arinya as a Troubadour, but you can put her anywhere. You get... Where is he? Sopharus is a Dark Priest. You can use staves. Let me just search for staves, actually. You get Jared as a temporary staff user. So it's 2 staff users here. You get Lydia as a potential staff user on Holmes Route. You don't get any other ones. I'm curious if the Mogul is able to use healing. Yeah. Because by the time you get Lionheart, quite a bit of time has passed, so you're almost incentivized to give one of these units over to Holmes, which I guess makes sense. So we probably want either Roger or Mel to be a healer, but Mel already is a healer in vanilla, so probably not her. Which makes me think that we're probably gonna make Roger a healer. It would have actually fit perfectly if I made Holden Roger and then added a healer girl as the Mel replacement, but that's a bit too similar, I think. Pinning that message, Xander. Very nice of you. I guess we can still make it Lionheart then. Because we don't have a cleric, so we can just make a good cleric, or a shaman. I guess shaman would kind of fit. Because there's no female, like, sage or anything like that. Yeah, let's make it a shaman. That's the class that Enta and Katri use, I'm pretty sure. Is it sister? It is sister, okay. Yo, sister, what's up? Let's get a nice, cute girl there. Nina has blonde hair, right? Oh, this one probably fits perfectly. I don't think I've used that one before. I've used this one. Yeah, we can use this one. That looks close enough to Nina. Now we can get some strong staves on her. Let's do a physic. And I would honestly not be opposed to her coming with like one of those good staves. Or maybe a silence actually would be kind of nice. It's like a rare staff. Or she can be the one with exercise. Yeah, we can give her exercise. You get her on Holmes' route, so that kind of fits. Because you don't really fight monsters on Runan's route. We need a name for not Nina, by the way. If you guys have any suggestions. Let's copy her portrait in. Maybe something that alludes a bit to... What's her face? The girl he bangs in Gaiden. What was she named again? The girl, yeah. Anya? Anya's pretty cool. Ah, see ya, Xander. Titania? Her name is not actually Titania, is it? Tita, right. Well, I don't want to call her Tita, so... Tina? Yeah, doesn't have the same ring. Or I guess Tina like Nina, yeah. Okay, we're gonna name her Tita. There we go. Perfect. Absolutely phenomenal. And then she can honestly maybe be... Skill. I don't think our skill really matters. 10 speed is fine. And we can give her a little bit of bulk. Something like that. Goodish weapon level. Another move point. Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Then let's take a look at her skills. I think she definitely should have Summon. Because that's a very, very fitting skill. Should be... Steal, Warp, Dance, Sing, Summon. Yeah, then he has Canto, no longer does. Again, Charm would kind of fit, but I don't want to give too many units Charm because you can definitely stack it. Though I could just remove a couple of the supports. And that may reduce your hit rate overall. Let's give her Urbanite. Let me check out what Katri's stats are normally like. Oh wow, they're a lot lower than I remember. Because I remember my Katri had like an insane amount of HP. And I kind of like the idea of that, so we're going to keep 70. We'll do 70 for the HP growth. Let's give her a little bit of strength for fun. 15 skill, not that that matters much. Agility, we can give her 50. Defense 10. Magic, let's give her 40. Weapon level 60, I'm fine with that. She can be the main, like, strong healer, but she doesn't really do much else. And then luck, sure, we can give her 40. And, you know what, let's make her learn Urbanite instead. Starts at level 8. Let's I think I missed the bike parade in my neighborhood. At least there's a party for the kids in the park. It happens. Don't worry about it. Will I play this hacked version on stream? Next stream? Not next stream? Because I don't think I'll be able to finish it by the time I hit next stream. But, I do want to play it on the channel eventually, because, if I went through all the trouble of creating it, I might as well. Because, I gotta be honest, I kinda enjoyed Tear Ring Saga a lot more, like co-hosting it with Davis. And he also mentioned enjoying it a lot more than when we first played it. So, yeah. I'm kind of feeling like playing it a bit, but with a little bit of a difference. Okay. Yeah, then she just starts with summon. Or you know what? Her stats are already pretty solid. Nah, we'll keep summon on her, because otherwise you don't have a summoner, I think. Or wait, don't you get, what about the other ones? Yeah, Lydia doesn't get summon. And then Jared can get summon, but he doesn't stick around. Sophoros has summon. Okay. Okay. So it's fine if she can have summon. Okay. Dita. You know what that reminds me of now that I mention it? There's this legendary post, I think it was a green text, of some guy on a cruise ship, some Swedish guy on a cruise ship, and he had a problem with the toilet where it wouldn't flush. And then he just found the closest person that worked on the ship, which was some Filipino woman. And he tried to explain it to her, and he couldn't explain it. So then, at some point, he just grabbed her on the hand, dragged her into the toilet, pointed at the toilet where the, you know, shit was still standing or lying. Said, "Tita, tita," which means like, look, look. And then he clicked flush and it just flushed normally and was like, oh fuck, now I look stupid. Yeah, I was just reminded of that, I don't know why. Let me see if the exorcise spell is still locked, because I think I unlocked the staves here. Yeah, let's remove exercise. There we go. Silence, we'll remove that as well. Alright. The shit that happens when something finally happens. Something happening? Oh, hold on, I need to do... Yeah, it's stupid. I need to change it, save. Change it, save. Okay. Change it, save. Shit that happens when something finally happens, because nothing ever happens. This is very true. Many are saying this. The experts agree on this. That is indeed what the case is. Okay. Let's take a look at the next... Oh, I need to note down the skills. Summon... Plus... What did we give her? Carbonite, right? Yeah. A beautiful blonde lady who fell in love with Holden. Yields. Only the finest storytelling over here. So Raphael is earlier on the list, but I think you get Raphael later, don't you? I think you get him later. Where's Raphael? Lofaru. Map 19. Lionheart and Zachariah. I guess you do get him earlier, don't you? You do, huh? Interesting. Interesting. Not quite sure what we want to do with him. Let's note this down for Tirta. I think we need a class that is we can use that promotes Sergeant. Or we just make Zachariah's class be a Sergeant. I also wanted a Sword Knight. I think that's what we wanted to do for Roger, right? Or add another healer here. Yeah, because you get Erinia. It's Silferus. Oh, we were thinking of a Harpy, right? Hmm. I think a Harpy on Sharon and Bilford's map would be really, really annoying, though. What if we make Roger the Harpy? Hold on, let's cook. Because we have another monster available, I think. Yeah, a Harpy and a Gargoyle. Guys, this might be Kino. A Harpy and a Gargoyle, and they're inseparable. They're the best friends. Even in the darkest corners of Lasberia, love can bloom. But actually, no, I can't do that because you're gonna have to run away from them on the map where you get Vega. And if they can fly, that is like so much worse. Though I think... I might be able to use them as Sharon and Bilford, because I think they don't move unless you get in their range. Which map is it? Oasis Market? No. Ligma, Aerial Caves, Frontier Battle, that's the Cranion thing. I think you get them... Ah, here, Freedom and Justice map 10. Let's see. Does it not say anything about Sharon and Bilford? Talk to with Raffen or automatically at the end? Oh right, you can just talk to with Raffen. Oh. That's Wharf. Or Wharf. Marv. Wharf. So I guess I probably could do this. It can. Let me check the map. I can just check the map. Cause it's this one. It's Ernst. Ah, they're probably not on the list, are they? No, they're not. Are they the 2 stars there? Because I don't really know who else they could be. I always have to check, because I think... Yeah, that's garbage data, I think. There's also garbage data. Also garbage data. These ones seem real. But they're not on the map, so they probably get loaded in from an event. Let me check the FE VOD. It might be in there. I hate the fact that some of these forums have certain information that others do not. So if you want a specific bit of information, sometimes you need to literally scour 3 different forums. Because it's just like Serenus has good tables, FE VOD has like good maps. .org wiki has like some of the best general notes. Okay, yeah, they are actually here, so they are those 2 stars. See, the issue with that is I don't know if I can move them away. Like, I don't think I can change the position of them, especially not here. Okay, let's see what other classes we may have for them then. So I don't think that'll work out. Because ideally you want to have their movement be relatively close to what they normally are. Could just have an archer. Cute archer girl. And then a guard. That probably works. Yeah. They'll be relatively similar to Sharon and Bilford, I guess, but... oh well. We need the classes. So let's check out Sharon. Or we could also switch it up and make it so that we have a cute armor girl. So I think there might be 1 or 2 portraits here that would kind of fit for an armor girl, like this one could fit. Let's check out those portraits in their full size. Clueless, very clueless. I'm the most clueless of them all. Is that fucking front-facing? It is front-facing Katri, that is so weird. Bruh. She's looking straight into my soul. Wait, that's front-facing Entei as well. And front-facing Royal Entei. She does look a bit... maybe that's their beta portrait? Interesting. She's kinda my type. Maybe. Let me just check some of the other ones. That's a dude, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's a dude. Because ideally, if it's gonna be, you know, somebody with big armor, the portrait should have big armor as well. I don't want to use her, for example. She would fit, but she's already an existing character. I think this is Dark Muriel. She looks really good, actually. Damn. I think I definitely want to use her for something. We have her already. We could maybe use her. I don't think I've used her, and she kind of does have armor. Reminds me of Dynasty Warriors. Okay, there we go. Where were we? Oh no, shoot. So many windows open during these streams. Definitely a couple of good candidates. She kind of looks like Carla. This one's actually also kind of cool, but not fitting for this one. Aw. What do you think of her? Which one did you say was your type? She looks kind of cool. It's a dude, I think. She looks like a healer. The cute one? All of them. Does he have a fucking sword? Oh my god, he has a sword. That's so autistic. I gotta add this guy in. I don't think she would really fit much for a sergeant, but she could be a cool archer, I guess. Hey, Donlot, yes, Donlot. That is my name. A guy holding a sword in his portrait base. Those are always the best ones, man. Already used her. It's not really armored. Do you remember the other day you mentioned Proton? Yeah, I did. I do remember. Used her already, we used her. She's vanilla. We've used her already too. Are you sure it's your name? I am relatively sure, but if you have, like... If you can get a fact checker involved to check if that's actually the case, that would of course be great. Okay, let me open up the ones that I kind of like for her. We might be able to use. Or let me just open some up that I think look kind of cool. That I want to use somewhere. I want to use this for the sword cav. Download is download's name? Source? Yeah, give us a source, bro. She could be nice. This is also a pretty cute portrait. This one's looking good. It's looking good. This one. This one. This one actually looks kind of cool too. Never heard of it or typed the word before or after the stream, but then a few days ago suddenly I got Proton's Facebook page recommended to me out of nowhere. Yeah, I do think there's a lot of things that might be listening in on you. Not on you specifically, but on us regular people, because I've heard stories before that because you can essentially turn any speaker into a microphone if you know what you're doing. That your TV can be used as a microphone essentially for listening in. Skynet is real, so true. I guess those are all the ones that I have in mind. Okay, guys, so we need one archer and one sergeant, which is like a soldier who can use all of the physical weapons. I kind of would like a female sergeant, if I'm being honest, so she needs a little bit of armor. But maybe we can just do two females. And use some more of these female portraits. Get the men out of here. We don't need them right now. So it would need to be somebody armored, so I think only she really fits for the sergeant. So I think we're gonna use her for the sergeant. Are we cooked? It happens. It is what it is. That's all you gotta say to it. Yeah, I think we will use the pink-haired one for the sergeant. And then we need another one for an archer girl, and I kinda like this one. I think I'll keep the other ones at hand though. I'll just put them in the corner. And we'll use these two for a sergeant and an archer. So Sharon will make the archer. Oh, what's the class called again? If I denounce the Unification Church around my LG TV, will South Korea send a hit squad after me? Maybe. Who knows? Only one way to try out. Do I need to denounce a different cult in South Korea? I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on that topic. Do you know what I'm actually thinking of? What we could do, because Wyvern Knights can dismount, right? We could potentially just have, use this, have it like be a female Wyvern Knight, but she's dismounted. And then you get her and you can remount her. What do you guys think of that? Instead of a sergeant. That'd be pretty cool. And then maybe we can get a female sergeant somewhere else. So then we'd use these two portraits for the Wyvern girl and the archer. Because this could go, like, this could be a mage. It could also be a Wyvern. This is, like, very ambiguous. This is not super armored, so I think sniper or archer fits pretty well for her. She has 4 movement. Let's see. Purple one feels good. Yeah, I think I like that one as well. So we're gonna use these two, I think. Let's see. Where is the horse? The archer. Bowmaster. Crappy bow using class enemy only. Let me see that one because I'm not sure which one that is. Because that is not the one that the your units use. Now, bowman. Let's give her a bow so we can test out that one. Safe. She's still standing there menacingly. Beautiful. Huh. That just looks like a sniper. It does have pretty weak stats, but I'm pretty sure marksman is the same class that gets used, kind of resembles a sniper, not sure if it's used or not. Because this one is called marksman too. Okay. What if we change it to this one? Because that's the one that is called sniper in here, but it doesn't really look like one. Like, okay, for reference, this is how that one looks. Oh, it's a crossbowman. I think he mixed them up. Because this is the bad one. This is the one that's called bowman. But I have sniper noted down now. Huh. Okay, let's swap these then. Bowman. An enemy only crossbow wielder. Weak. Marksman. Sniper with bad stats? Question mark. Because I'm pretty sure the other ones that are called Archer in the translation that most people play, those are technically bow fighters. Because this game has a weird way of calling some of the classes. Yeah, see? What is called Archer in the translation, they call bow fighter. And this is the one that Luca and Leonie used. Let's test the other two. Let's test Bowfighter. Bowfighter. Yeah, Bullfighter is just the female archer class. It does look a bit weaker than the one that's called Marksman, though. Then we have... Let's see... The other one was... Which one was the other one? Promoted one. I think it's further up, right? Bowmaster. No. Bowmaster. Save. Because this is the class that Raquel has. Yeah, it's called Sniper here. But it's pretty much just the same sprite as an archer, just with pants. That's kind of silly. I think that's the only one that uses bows, other than the bow knight, which is pretty much just a nomad. Or a lady knight. Which one of these do we use? Where are they? Am I blind? I am blind. Here. Marksman. Maybe we can make her start as an archer and then promote into marksman. Because I kind of like how marksman looks. Or hold on, let me do marksman again, because I think I selected the wrong... I had Alyndra set as male, and that may influence the sprite. So let's check if marksman has a female one. No. No, that just looks like the same one. Let's maybe check out the battle animation. I should have probably checked those out earlier. So this is the marksman. Oh, that just looks like Holmes. That literally just looks like Holmes. But it's not Holmes. Holmes as a sniper? Okay. So we will just make her a regular sniper then. Or a regular archer into sniper. Oh, Sharon. Valentinus? That's my dad's name. He used that one when he was fucking women all over the continent. Poor Holmes, man. But Holmes is still my favorite lord in the series. He's actually hilarious. We're using this one for the sniper. Or for the archer later. Class was just called Bowfighter, right? Yeah. Bowfighter. And let's give her another bow. A bow to you, bozo. Give her an iron bow. And then let's check the bow users. So we have Tarakan, and he's like a nomad who's all about mobility, but not very strong. You technically didn't get Bernard, but he's not really a main bow user. You get Rommel as a kind of fast tank, but he's very slow. He doesn't do too much damage. He's like a tanky bow user, essentially. Or mobile tank. Mobile means more movement. You get Phil as he's a very fast, kind of thievy bow user. Then get Towel as a very strong and stupid bow user. Amanda as a lady knight. It's kind of just, you know, she's a lady knight. Okay, maybe, let's take a look at skills. Maybe somebody with Adept. I should have checked the skills as well. So, for our bow users, we get Slayer, Nihil Canto, Soul, Lethality, Pavise, and then later on Flurry. I don't think I have one with Lethality, do I? Or with Luna, I mean. He doesn't really have combat skills. He doesn't really have that either. We can give her Luna. We get her Luna, then we can get her, like, pretty solid stats. I don't think these stats need to be all that different, because I think the bow fighter bases are a bit higher than lady fighter. So this can honestly stay as it is, I think. Now, she does start with 4 movement. I really want to give her 5, but that may make the chapter a bit harder. So I'm kind of tempted to just give her a good movement growth. Like 10%. Kind of like Leonie. Yeah, and we just give her Luna, and then maybe like some other skill, I don't know. Sharon. Boop. And we need names for the two as well. Archer, Sniper, Bows, Luna, plus... What other skills can she get? Sharon. Sharon gets Flurry. That's very, very powerful. That's not gonna work out, buddy. Maybe just Adept. We got her Adept. Just those two. Adept at 15. Sounds good, honestly. I know we give her 10% growth in movement. She should probably focus a bit more on skill. And I think we reduce her defense a bit. Give her a bit more there. A bit more luck. A little bit more HP. Give her 50 skill. Okay. Then Sharon. Okay, I gotta see what the sniper one was. I think it was Bowmaster, right? Bowmaster, yeah. Around 50. Somewhere in the middle. Bowmaster. No, wait. I gotta do this first. Click away, click back in. Hit the define, and now I can change it. Bowmaster. Okay, and for Bilford. Let's set this first. Let's do that in a second. But we need a name for the green-haired one. Let me just note down these two. Oh, well, I need a name for that. Let's not do that first. She gets... Adept at level 15. And hold on, I think I saw the Bowmaster or the Sniper. Yeah, she gets Urbanite. I think I'll remove that. That's, I guess it kind of makes sense, you know, archers are better and are good at defending or something like that, defending sieges. But nah, we'll just keep it as is. Then for the Bilford one, we'll use this one. Cutie patootie. And I will take a look at the Wyverns, because I think there was a Dragon Rider. Yeah. Enemy only version of the Wyvernite. Oh, can't dismount. I think this one has lower stats. Yeah. But because it can't dismount, I can't have her start dismounted. Female variant of the... Let's do the female variant of the Wyvernite, which should be FM Foot Dragon. Ah, yes, FM Foot Dragon. That totally does not sound like something that people buy on shady websites to pleasure themselves with. The fucking FM Foot Dragon. Dude. Some of these names are so silly. F Dragon Foot, I think that's the one. Yeah, she has 4 movement. I will base her stats off the mounted one though. These stats are honestly pretty good. I think she should probably be relatively slow since she's essentially a flying tank. And let me double check, but I think... yeah, they can use swords as well. I think I'll reduce this one by 2. I don't want to make them too fast or too strong. Because Wyvernites are just really, really powerful. Okay, level 8. I think 32. Let's make it 30 HP. Maybe 1 less here. She can use swords, so let's give her 2 less. And then let's give her 1 more point in defense. And then maybe do 5 less there. And luck-wise, let's do 4. And let's get her started with... Well, she's gonna be untransformed, I almost said. Dismounted. So let's have her start with a steel sword, and then we'll also give her a lance. Just so people see that she's dismounted, because not everybody will notice. Let's give her both. Okay, then we still need skills for her. I think it should focus on not being too powerful offensively. I think Vantage works. Maybe she starts with Vantage and then she can get Soul. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. So Vantage. Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Doesn't really need more than that. And then she can get Soul. And that's it. 16, maybe? And we're gonna remove the promotion, of course. Right, growths. 15% speed. We can keep 30 defense. Let's do 30 here, 25 here, 75 here, 25 here, and maybe 15 here. This is already pretty solid, I think. Okay. If it works, we dismount her. So her stats will be a bit lower. Hold on, you lose 2 HP from dismounting? That sounds wrong. Shouldn't. They have the same value. Let's do 19 here. I think we should make the unpromoted caps a bit lower even. Maybe like 17. So I want it to be a difference whether you have it or not. Okay. Because, yeah. That's 30. Oh, it's not a difference. I just changed her caps, or her stats. And it didn't update, of course. This looks relatively solid. Maybe like 1 more point in speed. And we gotta make her female, of course. Okay. That looks pretty good, I think. Guys, I need some more names, please. What are we gonna call cute purple-haired girl? Wyvern. Cute purple wyvern girl and cute green-haired sniper girl. So I really don't have any ideas for this one, honestly. Violet? Violet is pretty cool. I'll go with Violet. Or what do you think of Violetta? Because I've known a girl that was actually called here in Germany Violetta. I kind of like that. That's pretty cool. Real names? Yeah, these are not bandits. They can have real names. What about Violetta and then Emerald? Because emeralds are green, right? Thank you, Minecraft, my goat. Esmeralda? That sounds too much like an old magician woman that goes with a gypsy caravan. Wasn't there another green gem? It is just emerald, yeah, but if I think of that, I have to think of like this old grandma in a gypsy caravan who can read cards and cast magic. There's someone on Cheese's Discord called Violetta, and she's actually from Germany too. Yeah, I remember her actually. It's a very good name. Uranium? Should I call her Uranium? Urania. Urania! Oh, Urania! Thank you, Wasdai. That is perfect. Gaia? I like Gaia, but Urania is perfect. Uranium. So many calories. That's perfect. Urania. Yeah. She's full of uranium. She's hungry. Esmeralda is literally the Brazilian Miku in Fortune's Weave. Really? That's hilarious. Okay, and we've decided to give her Vantage. Yes. Plus Soul at 16. I need to come up with a small little story for them. Leader of the Uranium Mercenaries. Radiates. I gotta give her charisma after that. Radiates. What does she radiate? An aura of certainty, an aura of... Radiates an aura of certainty. Well-rounded with 2 good rock skills. Charisma at 40. I think it's fine if she gets it a bit earlier, actually. If it does become too much, then I can always change it. Because I think it's funny if she, like, she literally radiates it. Literally. Like, it's too good not to do. Here, Sharon. There we go. That is... Yeah, that's charisma. Charisma, Luna, an adept. Truly phenomenal. Radiates an aura of certainty. Member of the Uranium Mercenaries. What could be a fun character trait for her, or like description? Cares more about style than practicality, and is thus somewhat slow. But still a mobile tank due to her mount. Wholesome. The leaders of the uranium mercenaries. This is gonna be one of the hacks of all time. I'm telling you already. We're pretty far now. It's the most of the early game to mid game cast is now used. Let's note them down. So we have Violetta. And then for the archer, let's see. Bowmaster, that it was Urania. And Bowfighter. Yeah, there we go. So, you get Leonie potentially after this map alongside Walter and potentially just later on another route, I think. Or later, at least. Let's see what other portraits we thought of. We've used Violetta's portrait. We still have this guy. We have her. And what looks to be her sister. This one. Pinky. Cleric girl. And hot, fast woman. Oh, we still can do a sergeant. We can still add her, but just as Leonie. That would work. Though I do think she would be kinda nice as... Yeah, you know what we can actually do? We can make her a sergeant or a soldier. And make him a sword cav. And then make them Roger and Mel. Pretty much. I think that should work. Because then the chapter... Actually, is it easier? Because normally it kind of relies on them both being mounted. Let's see. We could also do 2 mages, but I don't think you can really do much against mages at this point. So I don't think that would really fit. Maybe put these a little bit to the side. I think I'm going into food coma? Well, I hope you eat something good then. So you can regain your strength. Nice to have you here. Like that. Hold on. Always on top. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I have to scroll through here. So... The guy kind of gives me Fergus vibes. He absolutely looks like Fergus, so yeah. Sword Cav would work really well. There's literally an unused class here. The Hide. Hide Man and Hide Horse. Or Squire. So that kind of works. I'm just wondering, so how Mel and Roger work is they have a support with each other. And on one of the maps, you get... what was it? You get Roger and Mel running towards you, and the way you recruit them is you don't kill either of them, and seize before they can kill you. Or before you can kill them. And there's a lot of forests on the map, so you're kind of incentivized to lure them alongside the roads, and then move your army through the forests. Ooh, maybe a Great Knight. Actually. You think she could be a cool Great Knight? That would be kinda cool. Female Great Knight, my beloved. Because I think I want to keep them both Cavaliers, because it... or mounted at least, because it fits a bit better for them. But the funny thing is, we could honestly have the Fergus-looking guy promoted to a Great Knight as well, since they're sword only and they're kind of tanky. Or we can just not have him promote. Because I think both of these should stay mounted. Okay, let me drag the other ones back in the corner. Great Knight could be fun. Because the other thing I'm thinking of is maybe a healer. Let me double check staves again. So you get Arinya as your early game Troubadour. Get Sephiroth as like your almost like Wendell sword early promote staff unit. You get Jared as your you don't really want to use this guy staff unit, who leaves, so you don't really want to... I wouldn't count him. Then you get Lydia as an optional staff unit for the Lionel replacement on Holmes route. Then you get Tita as a staff unit for Lionheart for Holmes route. And then the T now who you got very late. Could she be a Mage Knight? I mean, theoretically, yes, but the thing is, I already have a Mage Knight and I kind of want to have as many custom classes as possible. Also, Mage Knights can't heal. They can only use swords and thunder, specifically thunder. I think Mel being a staff unit could be kind of nice, though. Because I think what's most likely going to happen is people are going to send either Sephiroth or Arinya to Holmes route. Because I don't think you get any staves other than like Jared. And then she's option. I think one of these should be a healer, definitely. One of Mel or Roger. And I'm inclined to make it Roger just because he's normally the one that charges. But if I make it Mel, it will fit more for the AI and stuff like that, so I should probably do Mel. Let's see if we have any other healer classes. We could also just make it... Oh, this is actually a cool idea. We could make the healer be a dude. Because there's a couple of classes that are like... that are pretty much male only, but they are kind of like a healer. I guess I've already used them, though. In Jared. And then these ones, they can't really use staves. Let's try this Myrmidon. I'm curious about if we can change this one up. Because I don't think it's used anywhere else. And maybe give it staves and see if that works. That would be interesting. It's both dancer. You're a sword fighter. Could they be both sword knights where one promotes in Great Knight and the other in Troubadour? Technically, but here's my issue. Troubadour is... I already am using a Troubadour. And Troubadour is the class that Mel normally is, which is one of the two. So it would kind of feel like you just get the same unit. Or a similar unit, rather. Which is why I'm a bit inclined not to do it. But maybe. Let me test this one out, because maybe we can do like a sword... Like, almost like a dismounted troubadour of sorts. Because I want to see how this one looks like. It's all about testing it out. Seeing if it works. Oh, it's the one Yoda uses. Okay. Well, let's see if the heal animation works. I'm kind of doubtful about it, but... Work for the dancer, right? Right, the healing is only a map animation. I keep forgetting that. That is so silly. That means pretty much any class can be a healer, I think. Huh. Looks like Yoda. The troubadour you made was a strength-based one. This one could be a magic-based one. My other issue is, though, you don't really... Like, most of your healers are pretty bad. In the sense that the only healer with Kanto you ever get is Mel. And Mel requires some... Like, she's not easy to get, so I don't really want to make more troubadours. Oh, you know what I could do? I could use this marksman class as an adventurer. What do you guys think of that? Bow and staff? I'd have to test that, but I think that'd be pretty cool. Adventures are based, let's fucking go. Indeed. Where are you? 63 marksman. Here. Save, we make her a marksman then. What is it? Oh, it's called Archer here, right? Yeah. There. Saved. Let's see how this looks like. Because if this works, this would be really cool. Okay, moment of truth. Oh, did he miss? I think he missed. No. Huh? Oh, I gave it to the wrong class, I think. Yeah, I think this... Okay, it's called... They swapped these two classes out, that's why the notes were wrong. This is the archer one, I gotta give it to this one. That's a bit silly. Okay. Let's retry that. I hope I hit save. I did, okay. I got hit. Let's see how this looks like. He just shoots a bow at you, a healing arrow. That's pretty silly. That's incredibly silly. We're doing it. Let's also take away Urbanite here. I think this class may be used by enemies, so the only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it... Oh, I muted myself. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I have it put on numpad 8, and I think I used the numpad to type something. I was asking, we need, I wanted to use her portrait for the adventurer. And then I was thinking, Fergus doesn't really work for a Great Knight, I think, because the basis of the Sword Knight... I'm sorry, guys, I don't know since when I was muted. The basis of the Sword Knight are actually really good, so promoting into a Great Knight would be a downgrade. And, it wouldn't really fit Fergus. So either we just make it Fergus and he doesn't promote, just like Roger, but he's just like a sword calf. Or we make it a... maybe like a sergeant or something. And then we can use the sword autist. Ah, I'm sorry, guys. It happens. But I want to know what you guys think. Either we have Mr. Sword Autist. I mean, no, this is the Sword Autist, or we have Fergus, and then the girlfriend will be this adventurer-looking girl. But I want to hear some thoughts. Because I'm a bit unsure. Sergeants could be cool, and yeah, the girl could fit for adventure. You know what? Actually, this guy would be perfect for a mercenary. Sergeants are a bit more armored. I think I'll keep him for mercenary. And then we'll use these two. And we'll just have the squire. Because then you have a healer you can get. And you have a, yeah, Sergeant Fergus. I mean, that could also work, but I do want a squire, and I don't think anybody fits the bill for squire better than Fergus. Like, this is the most sword calf looking man ever alive. Yeah, so I think we do Roger as Fergus, and the adventurer-looking girl. Merker Sword Autismo? Yeah, I think so. $10 from Tom! Since it's my birthday, I wanted to share some birthday cheer with you, Donald. Enjoy! Thank you, Tom! Very nice. Yeah, these hacking streams, they don't get as much traction or donations or stuff, so that's pretty nice. Have you seen my submitted units? I did not know you... Oh, let me see it. Oh, you just... I was just about to replace Mel and Roger. Let me just screenshot this so I don't have to show my Discord. So. For Roger, Zoyland, Man 29. Let's check out what these are. Where's the thingy? Hold on. Huh? Oh, I put it all the way there. No, there we go. Man 29. Which one is Man 29? I'm already using that portrait. I don't want to use a portrait twice. The mysterious chivalrous knight, defender of all maidens. The guard, sword soldier, iron knight. Sword, Pavice, Vantage, Canto, shield sword, iron sword. I mean, so that's kind of like... somewhat similar to the idea we were considering going with. And then for Mel, Garlic SR. Genius Tactician with his combat ability leaves much to be desired, tags along with Zoyland for some reason. Just a random bishop? Nah. I think I want a bishop somewhere, but nah, I don't think this fits. Man 28. This portrait is kind of cool, actually. I think I'm gonna have to pass on this one. Because we literally just came up with a good idea for these two, I think. Because this guy's gonna be Fergus. As a hide horse. And then Mel will be a adventurer. Because I checked it out. Who's the cunty lady with the ponytail in the thumbnail? That's Alyndra. She's replacing Runa. And you can take a look at all the characters in the Google sheet you will find in the description. Because I want to continue with the work on this. So I think we're going to do Fergus Swordcav. We're not going to call him Fergus, obviously, because that would get us sued by Nintendo. We got to get into the Kaga mindset, so he's not Fergus. He's slightly different from Fergus. He has a slightly different name. So guys, what are we naming not Fergus? Pernus? Pernus? We could call him Pernus. Not Penis, not Penis. No, oh that is Pernus. But that looks like Penis. Not Fergus? No, that's too on the nose. It can't have Fergus in the name. It's Pernus. Or Pergus? Sergus? He did say penis. Pemus? I can't call him Sergus this way. Foxgus? No. Sergus? I kinda like Pernus. No, not Pen. No, I can't call him penis. Sergus. Let's call him Sergus. Gusfer? No. I could call him Gus. Just Gus. He's no longer Fur, he's just Gus now. Or I can call him after Beowulf. Something after Beowulf. And he definitely needs Terra as a skill, because, you know, Earth Sword. Beofox? Beogus. Beofur? Beofur? Beogus? Furbio. Furbio, like Fabio, but Furbio. Furbio? He sounds like a Furby now that I think about it. Oh no. Sirigus? Like Sirius and Fergus? Questions of the day. Let me insert Mel's portrait. Cute adventurer lady, let's go. Actually, hold on. While you guys are thinking, let me test something out, because the marksman we have, it kind of looks like Holmes. So it's not perfect in animation-wise, but there is a female Arrow Knight, I think. Oh, but no female sprites. Oh no, never mind. That female Arrow Knight is just Lady Knight. So we're already using that one. Okay, so I guess it stays a marksman. Caramel. Orchard. Orpher. Woman 1, my beloved. Okay, any ideas for a name? What are we gonna do? I need some more. We need some more discussion here. Name for who? For totally not Fergus. Argus? Argus. You can just call him Argus. Or Angus. I think Angus is actually pretty cool. Let's call him Angus. And then we need something for Joffrey. No, Joffrey already exists. For this cutie patootie. What is the cool, hot adventurer woman called that uses bows and, bows and staves? I think I've already deleted their portraits from the open ones. I still have her in here. These are not named in here, unfortunately. So can't search through them. And they're not ordered in the same way either. Now I won't be able to find her. What about Shelly? Or Shirley? Shirley? We gotta invoke Shirley. Shirley and Angus. Some of them have mouth frames. Surely not. I think Shirley is pretty cool. I'm going with Shirley. Oh, here she is. Yeah, we're using her as Shirley. I like that. Shirley. Adventurer. Bows. Slaves. Okay. Then we gotta think of a build. I think if there's one thing that Mr. Angus should have as clearly not being inspired by Beowulf, it should be, let's bring out the skill document. It should be Terra. What skills does the Bio sword have? Does anybody remember? The FE4 Bio sword. Was it FE4 or was it? No, it's FE5, right? Because I don't remember what it does. I guess we can do... I think just Terra is pretty alright. Considering his stats are pretty solid. Maybe, Vantage. He just learns Vantage afterwards. Let's maybe lower his strength a little bit. Because again, these are some pretty good stats. Remember, swords are actually really solid in this game. So they don't weigh you down much at all. Wait, is the Armor Slayer called an Armor Thief? Am I seeing that right? It is. That's actually hilarious. Raph and Vantage. Well, I think Raph is a bit... Raph wouldn't fit for him. But, I can give him one of the other skills. I can also give him an Iron Greatsword, I think. Iron Blade. Weight 8. Steel Blade. Ah, this would be powerful. I think you would one-shot with some of your guys. With an Iron Blade, he might be fine. Because I don't really want him to W. I guess I can actually keep the Armor Slayer on him then. Or maybe a Shield Blade, actually. Yeah, let's give him a Shield Blade. Actually, no, a Shield Blade is 1? No, that's a Ward Blade. Hold on. That's not a Shield Blade. This is a Shield Blade. Yeah, we can give him a Shield Blade. Is it the Stella? It's below the Killer and the... 2 below the S-Stock. No, Stella is a Steel Blade. It's below the Brave and 11. Brave. Here, Shield. I'll give him the Shield Blade then. Should we maybe give him, have him start with Vantage and then get Terra? That might make it a bit easier to get him, because I don't think Roger has any proc skills normally. Yeah, that might be a bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we can keep the low luck aspect. So we do this, and then let's take another look at Roger. Sir Roger. I think he definitely should focus on speed. But I feel like most of these are probably fine. You can up the skill stat a bit. I mean, Roger has... Yeah, it's up to strength as well. So he's just a bit better than Roger in his growth rates, but... he only has swords. Let's do that, and let's also give him Canto. Or, you know, we can give him Raph, actually. He just can get it later. He starts at level 5. Let's give him Earth Saint on level... Did I mute again? I could have sworn I didn't type anything in. I'm sorry, guys. What was the last thing you heard? Let me see. Do I maybe have a different hotkey set? Because I'm pretty sure I didn't hit the numpad 8 key. Maybe I'm just so used to using the numpad. No, this is just numpad 8. Something about Earth Saint. Let me put it on the U button. Yeah, sorry guys. What I wanted to say is... I'm gonna have him start with Vantage, because otherwise it's gonna be a chore to fight if he can just crit you with Earth Saint. So, he'll start with Vantage, and then he's able to get Earth Saint, and then Wrath. But Wrath only later, because I don't want, the optional Myrmidon you can get as one of the Welt recruits to feel a lot worse than him, because his whole shtick is that he has, Wrath, among some other things. Let me maybe just note this down first. Squire. Swords. Or let's make sure that you can understand this sword, Cav. Vantage. Terra. And... yeah. Gonna have the Bio sword build. And let's maybe come up with some text for him, so... oh well... he's... a knight fighting for... his girlfriend. Doesn't need to be more than that. For now. And then Shirley. What skills do we want to give her? Because I feel like there's a lot of things we can do. She can't have Canto anymore, that much is for sure. I do still think she should be kind of a hybrid. Like, she shouldn't be good at both things, but she shouldn't be bad or good. Like, she should be pretty balanced in that aspect. I feel like one thing for her might be that she wants to get her weapon rank up. We could do something like that. Because Physic is 5 or 6, I think. What am I doing? I am hacking Tear Ring Saga. And I think I'll also give her a bad luck base. Yeah, maybe something like this. And then for her starting skills... oh, you know what? We can give her Lock Touch. Kind of like Lock Touch. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up. So that's Lock Touch. Because why not? And being an adventurer is already kind of cool. So I'm not sure she really needs another skill to start with. Maybe Urbanite. Now, if he's an adventurer... oh, Frontiersman. I think Frontiersman fits. Yeah, that sounds good. And then for skills she might be able to get... I don't know, Mel doesn't really get much, does she? Maybe we just make it so that she can't get any? I honestly wouldn't be opposed to that. Maybe Forester. Let's give her Forester. Let me just have her learn it at level 18. So 20% in both of these. 13 in agility, 5 in defense, 45 in HP. Never played any of the Kaga games before. I think Tear Ring Saga you don't necessarily need to play. Babam Saga is a 10 out of 10 game though. The only other game I would give 10 out of 10 is Warcraft 3. Let's maybe give her 30 magic, just because her base is a bit lower. Yeah. Maybe something like this. She's mainly another staff user, I guess. Yeah, we'll go with that. So skills. It was Lock Touch and Frontiersman. Frontiersman. And she gets Forester at level 18 it was, right? Yeah. Okay. An adventurer. What if the reason they're fighting for Coda is because they need money to marry each other? I think that'd be pretty sweet. Needing money for her marriage with Angus. An adventurer. I can make him a mercenary. Mercenary. Needing money for his marriage with Shirley. Nice. Okay, we have quite a few units done then. We have Narcus, who... he's a bit annoying because you don't really get him until quite a bit later, even though you see him multiple times. I think we could do a Harpy for Narcus. Because, oh, and I need to note down the classes, of course. So, Angus and Shirley. Shirley is a marksman. Where is the marksman? Here. Reworked into adventurer with states. Shirley. All right. Then let's take a look at the Harpy. Oh wow, these bases are actually really good in some aspects. Where is Harpy? Because it's either a Harpy or a Gargoyle. Level 10. We can make him lower level since he's just a combat unit now. And he would be flying. It's fine, he can be quite accurate. A little bit stronger. Magic? You know what? You can have magic, bro. Let's maybe give him one more movement so he can maybe outrun other harpies and not die as easily. So yeah, fast, doesn't have too much strength, but hopefully strong bows can kind of help him out there. Because the thing with harpies is they're flying bow users, so they're good at killing flyers, but they're also really bad against other harpies. What can we give him? Oh, you know what? Vantage. Vantage will be really good on him. Because that can save his ass. Either Vantage or Pavise. I think Pavise is honestly a more interesting pick. Because that can probably save his life even better, so let's give him Pavise. Starts with the Harpy Bow. Now, I do want to check, can Harpies actually use other bows? Because if they can, that's nice. If they can't, that kind of sucks. Go save as. Let's do a quick test. Oh. Start game. They can use other bows. That's good to know. The Harpy bow is honestly not super bad, but I wouldn't really call it good either. Here's the thing though, this might be interesting to test as well. Can regular archers technically use the Harpy bow? Say a bowfighter. Because it's technically just another bow, right? But it is also a monster weapon. They can, okay. Because I was thinking of making the Harpy bow infinite use as a kind of like a special thing the Harpies can use. But if everybody can use it, then just starting with one is fine, I think. Because it's not even that good of a bow. If anything, yo, you know what we can do? We can let the Harpy bow start with kills on it. We can do that. There we go. Because the Harpy bow is still not good, but then at least the one he starts with has kind of a little something going on. Yeah, there's obviously no Harpy portrait, but we can use the class card. Or let me take a look at one of the female ones, because I think one of these might fit. I'm thinking of this one. Let me see how that one looks. If I can find it in here. I think it was somewhere near the bottom. Such a banger soundtrack. Where is she? I don't see her. It's not those two. It's this one. But, aren't the Harpies technically male? This... Let me check it in the game again. Change this to a harpy and let us see the battle animation. I think they don't have any top on, right? So that probably does not work, but I don't remember. I don't really watch them fight much. I haven't played the game in a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that works. Because that character looks a bit too young. We'll see the battle animation, but I think we'll just use the class card. Yeah. I can't see. Is that a shirt? No, that's not a shirt. Are the harpies female? I legit can't tell. This is quite ambiguous. Let me make this big. Those look like boobs. But I'm still not gonna use that portrait. But I mean, harpies look enough like humans that I could probably get away with using a human portrait. What do you guys think? Class card for harpy or one of the female portraits? Harpies are usually female? Are they? I guess harpies are, but yeah, okay, so I was thinking of Cupid, right? The guy with the love arrows, and that's a guy, right? Because that's what these harpies remind me more of than the harpies with, like, the beaks and stuff. But I guess it's almost... Well, Cupid is not a harpy, but he kind of looks more like what this game calls harpies. That's my point. He's an angel, yeah, I guess. Okay, well, then let's take a look at what portrait would work. Do we have any ones in the portrait thing here? Because I'm not using this one looks too young. I'm not a Fire Emblem Heroes player. These ones... This one could be kind of cool, but she looks very armored. I think I want to save her for, like, a female sergeant. Or something. Let's take a look at some of the others. So I'm not using her. Pink Nana. Yeah, kinda. Used her before. Used her, I've used her, I've used her. That one doesn't really scream harpy to me. I've used her before. She's story-based, I've used her. Too young. Too old. Too generic. Is this Stephanie? Harla, you'll know this. This is not Stephanie. I think this is this might be like Beta Stephanie or something. I've used her for Gastoria. She doesn't really fit, I think. I've used her. This one would actually fit great, but it's already used by one of the major NPCs, right? That's Katrina, I think. Is this a dude? I think that's a dude. One kinda looks like an archer. These two are too young. Anna, no, Anna looks a bit young too. Used her, I've used her. She looks very much like a cleric. Is this Tia as a cleric? I think this is Beta Ente or something. Wait, is this Rebecca? Yeah, I'm not quite sure. But I think these are the only ones that kind of maybe would fit. I think this is Tia, but I'm not sure. I don't think this is Stephanie, but she does also look a bit young. Oh, maybe I'll use this one actually. Since I don't think I'm gonna add a second witch. This one looks very witchy. Beta Carla, woman 23. I think that's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. I think I'm gonna use that one then. I did not pick her yet for another character, if that's what you mean. Okay. It was for Narcus. Where's Narcus? Here. See, that works. She's very harpy-like. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Copy. And then we need a name for her. Evil harpy stepmom kind of name. Evil Disney stepmom name. Let's go. Let me pour myself some more iced tea. I think for this harpy, the skill we definitely want is Canto. Melinda Gates? Hey now, I said it's a woman. It's a female portrait. Like, oh yeah, guys, we need a female name. We need a female portrait. Name her Michelle Obama. It's like, yeah, sure, bro. I name my female character Michelle Obama. Anyways, Nancy. Nancy kind of fits. I feel like there's something that's a little bit more harpy though. Like what's a Karen? We could call her Karen. No, I already have Karen for the Pegasus. No, that's Krista, not Karen. We could call her Karen. But I almost feel like Nancy fits her more. Maybe something else in the direction of Nancy, like a Karen type name, where if you hear the name, you're like, oh god, she's gonna be a chore to deal with. evil woman name. We don't have Zeph here, so can't really. I don't really know many evil woman names. We could just call her Petrine, but I feel that's might be a bit too on the nose. Or we could use Petrine's Japanese name, which is Prague. Elora. Maybe. It's not quite clicking in my mind yet. What could it be? What could it be? Okay, you guys keep thinking. I'm gonna think of some skills. I think the only one she should really start with is Kanto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be Kanto. There we go. And then, growth-wise, she should learn Pavise, I think. As a kind of, you know, saving grace that keeps her alive. Almost like a miracle skill. Pavise is Great Shield. Level 18 is fine, I think. Takes her a bit to get there. She's a flying bow user. I mean, that alone is pretty strong, I think. She probably doesn't really need much more. Helen sounds Karenish. Yeah, Helen would work. But it's still not quite clicking in my mind. Iris? Iris sounds kind of nice, though. You know, I think we're gonna ask the robot. I think we're gonna ask the robot. Here, because I've used it to help me with Tear Ring Saga a bit before as well. Please give me evil RP woman-like names. Maybe add a bit of Karen. Raven? Well, if I call her Raven, I'll have to think of FE7 Raven. Let's get the robot to do the work for us. Work! Work! Corella? Anticraw? Scarella? Electra? What about Morgana? I'm honestly between Corella and Morgana. I think Morgana fits. I'm not gonna call her Auntie Craw. I think I'm going with Morgana. Oh, wait, here. Because Morgana sounds a bit like a evil woman. Like evil stepmother that tries to kill the Disney hero type of name. Plus Pavise 18. I think it should probably only be Pavise because, again, flying, having bow access is already pretty solid. And then she should focus on skill and speed, I think. Like 20%. Oh, wait. I'm editing Mel. I am editing Mel. It was 20 and 30, right? Where's Narcissus? Here. Aw, that I edited it here. Hold on. Shit, Forest Fighter, right? Yeah, Forester. Okay, should be fixed again. Let's do Pavise. 0, 0. 50% H. Let's give her 40. 20% strength should be good. 40 skill, 40 speed. No defense. We can give her a little bit of magic, because the only thing it'll really do for her is give her a little bit of res. Give her like 30. And then I don't think she necessarily should be able to use the best bows super quickly, so let's keep the weapon level a bit lower. And then we go for... let's go for a little bit of luck. And we give her 3%. Let's give her 5% movement. And double checking the promotions. No promotion, beautiful. Yeah. Okay. 5 weapon level. Let me see how much weapon level some of the bows are. Iron bow is 6, actually. If bowgun is 3. So we'll start with 4. Because I think she doesn't necessarily need the strongest of bows. Okay, where is she? Where are you, Sar? Sar, do not redeem! Okay. A woman so evil. That she became a harpy. Attracts blue-haired heroes. Perfect. And then a bit about her gameplay. She's a mobile flying skirmisher, but not as powerful in strength and weapon usage. Still have Leonie. I think I'm gonna do for like... I'm gonna continue for like half an hour. Because I think that's when Davis streams. Maybe... does he start at 19? Let me double check. Oh, he is already live. See, I wasn't sure. When did he start? Okay, he started at 19. I think he used to start at 20 my time. In that case... let's note down the class first. Harpy Morgana. We still need a gargoyle for sure. I kinda want the zombie dragon as a late game monster you can get. Probably the last one you get. Is there a unit already with Vantage Wrath? Good question. We can check. There's units... There is technically... what's his face? Let's start from the top. Alyndra just gets Vantage. Char gets Vantage Adept. Phil just gets Vantage. Angus gets Vantage Wrath, but only relatively late. Sieglinde gets Vantage later. Violetta gets Vantage Soul. Milton gets Vantage and then later Adept. Vantage Terra. I think it's just him. Keep in mind, Wrath is very powerful here. Wrath Luna. Flurry Wrath. Yeah, I think it's just Angus. But again, it's a very powerful combination. And I'm pretty sure Hammer... do correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Vantage is a proc skill in this, right? Let me look it up on my Oifi. /TRS. Oh, I don't have Tiana here. Just wait a minute. TRS skill Vantage. If your attack speed is higher than the enemy's attack speed. So it's not a proc skill, but it does require you to have more AS. Because I think most characters in this game, in the vanilla Tear Ring Saga, they don't really make good use of the Vantage skill, but again, Vantage Wrath is such a disgustingly powerful combo. Let's take a look at our classes again. Oh, let's take a look at our mages. Because I don't think we have that many mages. We have Alyndra, who can use all anima types and dark. You can promote Giovanni to an Emperor, who can get all anima types. You have a Wind Thunder Sage, who can then use fire as in Gustaria. So Ferris as a kind of Bishop of Swords, I guess, or Druid of Swords. But he's not really a combat unit. A Char. Yeah, he can use all three anima types. Live Emperor Giovanni reaction. True. I guess Raquel is your Fire Sage. Okay, so currently it would be... You get Dire Thunder on Char. So he's kind of your Thunder Mage. You get Sylphide on Gustaria. She's kind of your Wind Sage. And then you get the Sunflame, which I changed to be like the Pallas Leia. Which is the fire one for Mayong. And then there's still the Wundergust, so we can probably do like one more mage. That uses one of those spells. But you know what? I'm actually starting to feel a bit tired. I think I want to rest up a bit. We've been going for nearly 5 hours. So I think I will take my leave here and then get you guys to walk over to David's and maybe work a bit more on this after I rest up later in the day. But we've done some good progress, I think. Let's see how many characters are missing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So just 14 characters left. We can probably come up with something for them. And then honestly, it should be playable, but I still think I want to look into fixing a couple of the things that I think might be issues. So I think after I do that, I'll probably fiddle around a bit more with it. And if I can get something that resembles progress, then maybe I'll take a look at it. Maybe I'll just give it the end of the week. Like, if I can figure it out today and tomorrow, then I may do something, but if not, then not. In any case, this has been quite a fun stream for me, so I hope it was the same for you. And before I take my leave, let me quickly do a little redirection over to Davis. Big D. The Double D. It's not the Double D podcast, actually. It's the D-Export podcast. Because Xander is there. Where is it? Redirection here. Big D Davis. Save. Alright. And then I'll pull up the beautiful, 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 beautiful outro screen. Okay. Huge thank you guys for watching. It's not that many of these hacking streams don't get the most views, but I feel like these hacking streams, for the few people who are interested in hacking these sorts of games, they're like a gold mine, because I do try to talk about some things that might be useful for somebody trying to hack this. So just for posterity's sake, it's kind of nice to record at least a little bit of the process that goes on in my head. Yeah. But with that being said, I want to thank you guys for watching. Do be sure to check out David's channel on Wednesday, because we'll be continuing Tear Ring Saga. We're pretty close to the end now. Probably like 1 or 2 more streams. And then next Friday, we're going to try to do the finale of Iron Emblem Gaiden, which will be something. I've heard the final chapter is supposedly incredibly difficult. But our team has been very, very powerful, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and with that, I'll send you off to Davis. Bye-bye!